was feeling ill when I get the house call from Dr. Cassandra. Why she give me pain, now me whole body feeling better than ever. She gave me one injection in my midsection, I didn't have to pay. Then she gave me something and then me swallow fever van right away. One injection in my midsection, I didn't have to pay. Then she gave me something and tell me. She took my hair, she took my there, she took my hair, she took my there, she took. I said, doctor, please come back quick because I can't bear it no longer.
Be quiet, boy, I'm your doctor. I've come here to make you better.
Only you could ease our palpitating and cool down the pressure.
Be quiet, boy, I'm your doctor. I've come here to
he was not just focused on the X and O's of the game. He believed in building character, teaching discipline, creating a sense of family within his team. His dedication to the sport was unmatched. I remember seeing the way he was able to establish his presence with his team and give respect among his players, and it just clearly showed me that to gain respect from your players is not about your position as the head coach, but the way you're able to gain respect because of the way you treat your players as individuals, and the way he's able to create a family set up within his team. Everything Bill as coach, it was a family. You watch the 2017-2018 Vieux South team, it was a family. And while they had some strong characters like the Gregson and the Sant and the Jamil, the way that team operates, you could see that he assigned responsibility with leadership among this team, and his man management was second to none, you know. And I've always been inspired by his ways as a coach, and to be able to get success on and off the pitch with his team. However, I think Bella's legacy in the game, or his legacy, is more than just the games he won or the championship he earns, and he did win a few, but the lasting impact in every life he touched, his wisdom, his leadership, and his inspiration, it will continue today and in years to come. Coaches who do not know him, his impact will have a domino effect on their lives. And I think the way he has transformed or improved the quality of football, the quality of coaching with his coaching education program in St. Lucia, it will never be forgotten. I am grateful to be family, and even more grateful to be able to consider to be one who work or learn under his coaching.
Mic test. Mic test one.
I'm really hoping that
JAHIM, you okay there?
His legacy,
All right,
not just in the success we earn on the pitch, but what we able to achieve off the pitch with our players. So I thank you, and good night to everyone.
Let me first take this opportunity to send out my condolences to Mr. Bellas, Emmanuel Bellas, and his family. His son Coco. I take this time to say how difficult it is for so many of us in the football fraternity on the passing of Mr. Bellas. Mr. Bellas, as we have said before, and many have said, that for me, hypnotizes a goodwill, a man with a big heart, a coach, a father, a loving figure, someone who has done so much for the football fraternity, for the football federation. I know he was a very close friend of the president of the SLFA and gave sound advice on football education. He has worked with the Ministry for Sports, St. Lucia Sports Academy. We have worked, and all the conversations that we have had over the years, he always speaks about glowingly about Youthful football and how and where he wants to take it. He has done a lot for them. Football himself, he has done a lot for the people of Youthful. Because not only Mr. Bellas, not only he was a coach, but he was a mentor to many. And it's with great sadness that we say that we will miss him. The people of Youthful will miss him because he always tried to bring people together. He always thought good about people, and he always extended that hand of friendship to everybody, south, north, central of the country. For me personally, my time in Trinidad, whenever I called, whenever I wanted to speak on something football-wise in St. Lucia, I would always give Mr. Bellas a call. And whether he's there or I couldn't reach him at the time that I would want, he would always return my call, send me a message that he's busy. And for people like that, I have, a lot of respect. Understanding that sometimes you're busy, but you always try to get back to the person on the other side. And Mr. Bellas always gave me his time. Always, whether it was on coaching, on football, always gave me advice. We always traded comments and matters of football, put it into St. Lucia and football in the Caribbean. So we always had a good rapport. He, Stuart, and myself, we interacted by phone a lot because we always had our ideas about the football here and what he thought on it, his ideas on it, and he always gave. Athletics, you're always there with your time. We thank you immensely. With your big heart, we know you did what you can for your country and for your people of Youthful. So, rest well, and you'll never be forgotten, my friend. Happy to say that you're my friend and a mentor to all of us. Rest in peace.
Where do I even begin? When I think of Mr. Bellas, I think of a strong individual who would always put himself out there, give his all, always available when you needed him, a father figure to many persons, and just a dedicated and hardworking individual who was selfless in pretty much everything that he did. Yes, he was tough at times, but it was only to get the best out of everybody around him. Mr. Bellas was my mentor from way back, maybe 2002. So his support in my life, in my football life particularly, it's like there are no words to describe it. He was always there when I needed him, always. Whether it was as a player or as a coach, he was always one call away and willing to assist in any aspect that I would have asked.
Malikan, CEO Veterans in Sports Inc. We honor the legacy of Mr. Emmanuel Bellas, a beloved teacher, mentor, father figure, and an inspirational leader in the world of football and education in St. Lucia. His charisma, dedication, and unwavering commitment to his community, Youthful, and the nation as a whole have left an indelible mark. Mr. Bellas was more than a coach. He was a beacon of hope and guidance to countless young athletes, fostering not just their skills on the field, but also their character and ambition of it. To his beloved wife and family, we extend our deepest condolences during this difficult time. May you find comfort in the outpouring of love and respect for Mr. Bellas.
All right, tonight is about one man, Emmanuel Bellas. I am hoping that tonight we can really celebrate the life of Emmanuel Bellas. We can enjoy what his legacy was all about. And by the time we are done, the memory of Emmanuel Everard Bellas will be with us for a while. The name Everard is one that if you know Bellas from the age of about 5, 6, 7, they're going on, this is how one of the names that we referred to him by, or Mano. The balloons are affecting us, sir? I kind of figured. Which have lay petty blood. Which one? Blood that playing football or blood? Okay, that one that's right there. You want that blood? I still can't burst anything, boy. That one too? Okay, I'm continuing. As the individuals get ready, JAHIM and others, we want to start off tonight. We heard a little bit of the calypsos and, well, the real vintage calypsos that Bellas used to love. There are a lot of little phrases that you may hear tonight that only Bellas would come up with. So throughout tonight's proceedings, you will hear a lot of this. I am trying my utmost not to allow tonight to be one of those solemn nights. I am hoping that the individuals who come here tonight, if you knew Mano very well, you know that Mano had only a few moments where he was very serious. And we'll talk about these a little later on. At this moment, I want to bring on Mrs. Chrissy Harris. She's going to take us into prayer, praise, and worship. Mrs. Harris, I hope you have some of them old-time reggae in gospel lip-so thing. Oh, the church says it's not allowed. Okay. JAHIM say he love a lot of these, gospel lip-so. Chrissy Harris.
Good evening to everybody. Shall we pray? Hallelujah. Father and God, we give you praise, we give you thanks, we give you honor, we give you glory. We invite your sweet presence in our midst this evening. Holy Spirit, I pray, mighty God, that we will focus on the memories that we've shared, the opportunities that we've gained, and the experiences that we've had with our coach, father, uncle, and the many shoes that he filled. We thank you tonight that you have given us the opportunity to gather so that we could express our gratitude and our love in many forms. We thank you for the memories that we have shared with him. And we pray tonight, Father, that your richest, choicest blessings will be on this gathering. We come against every incident. We come against every mishap. And we just pray your choicest blessings in our midst tonight, in Jesus' name. Amen. Now, I do not have a praise and a worship session. I will just be doing one song this evening, and you are more than welcomed to join in the chorus. It's a chorus that everybody should know.
What can't you change? What can't you change? Jesus. Oh, what can't you change, God? Oh, we call you creator of the universe. What can't you do? What can't you do, Jesus? Oh, name above every other name. What can't you change? What can't you change, Jesus? You are able, great and mighty God. You are able, Jesus. Nothing you cannot change, nothing you cannot turn around. You are able, great and mighty God. We put our trust in you. You are able, Jesus. Put your hands together. We worship you, Lord. We thank you, Lord, for your comfort. We thank you for your strength. Creator of the universe, what can't you do? What can't you do, Jesus? You're the name above every other name. What can't you change? What can't you change, Jesus? You are able, great and mighty God. You are able, Jesus. There is nothing you cannot do, nothing you cannot change, nothing you cannot turn around. You are able, great and mighty God. I put my trust in you. You are able, Jesus. You are able. Oh yes, you are able to save, able to comfort, able to keep, Lord, able to satisfy. Oh yes, you are. There is nothing you cannot do, nothing you cannot change, nothing you cannot turn around. You are able, great and mighty God. I put my trust in you. You are able, Jesus. You are able, Jesus. You are able to comfort, Lord. You are able to comfort. So we bless, we bless, we bless, we bless, we bless, we bless, we bless your name.
There's a lot of blessings there from Mrs. Chrissy Harris. To keep the program going, we have a very lengthy one tonight. We want to call on Mr. Jim Alexander, who's going to do the welcome remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jim Alexander. There's a whole essay you have there, man.
Good evening, one. Excuse me this evening for not being able to adopt any protocol. I think this evening is a special one, and there is only one person that is in sight right now, is Mr. Emmanuel Belas. When everything before you is obsolete and everything behind you bears your mark, that was Mr. Emmanuel Belas. It is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live. Today we unite to celebrate the life of a man, a legend in every sense of the word. Heroes get remembered, but legends never die. Babe Ruth. Today, as we gather together, I welcome one and all in the celebration of a pillar in our community. Today, we celebrate the life of an unselfish servant, gone from our sight, but never from our hearts. Thank you.
That was very short and sweet. If you know Jim very well, as soon as you push that ball to him on the field, he would pass it to someone else. He didn't want to hold it too long. I was supposed to be here with Mr. Donaville Bellas, but I'm sure a lot of you will appreciate how close Donaville and his uncle were. And so I take this opportunity to allow you to accept his apologies for not being on the stage with me tonight. We want to look at Bellas from his youthful experiences. There are not too many individuals who would remember Bellas in the early years. I really could remember a few of them: Gittins Henry, Guy Quad, Terry Clovis, people like Reds, and there are lots of stories that are associated with that time. But I am going to bring on Mr. Julius Corbo Ariste. He will tell you how a lot of these things started off. I'm going to tell you he's going to polish it a lot. He's going to try to leave himself out of a lot of the destruction that he and Manu created. After he's done, I'm going to take my time because I want to know if he's going to remember this one right on Clark Street by Rogans. Mr. Ariste.
Thank you.
I hope you have a little note about that Rogan situation.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
It was
And
about...
I will take the fee for that, eh? I will take the fee for that. Good evening. Manu's childhood. In the twilight of my years growing old and gray, and 2 years in the morning of a fantasized and romanticized retirement, when memory lapses are often confused with dementia, I've been asked to recount the childhood days of Emmanuel Bellas Mano, whose passing these last 2 days seems to have rewired my mind and my brains. So please bear with me, as in that void, I have trouble telling the difference between the two. I do, however, have detailed playbacks available of my best childhood memories of him, stored in my heart and in my head. Those playbacks are from 1965, when we attended preschool at El Jonah in the Vivian Cinema Hall. It was the time of slate and pencil, the time when Daddy Bruce would pass around offering biscuits to us at our dismissal. I remember Mono as a short, chubby boy who was eager to win the approval of teachers. He was everything that Piaget spoke about: impulsive, inquisitive, with a competitive spirit, seeking ways always to be first to take his work to the teacher. And of course, he drew a tantrum when wrong answers were marked with a cross on the slate. He spelt and wrote carefully and meticulously, often biting his tongue in the process. And I can still see the teachers at that time patting him on the back and on the head and on the shoulders, saying, "Good boy." At 5 years, in 1971, we went to Belvedere, the infant department run by the nun Sister Elizabeth and Sister Anthony. The girls' school next to Mercury was run by Sister Louis. It was a diverse group in that time. Brian Dare, the Amigo son, Renato, Pamela Luben's son, Rato, the gentle giant of the Mang, Gittins Henry, son of 26. It was a time when our imagination ran wild, being exposed to fairy tale, Goldilocks, and the Three Bears, Puss in Boots, Little Red Riding Hood, to name a few. The teacher's approach to language development emphasized storytelling and reading that included action songs, prayers, everyday conversations, art, pretend play, learning stories. And that was just good for us. For Manu, stories was well interwoven into his family identity. The family declared themselves Lawas supporters from early. His mother was a Lawas, police Lawas. His father was a drummer and a chantwell. And Belas and Baba were foot soldiers in the Youthful Lawas dynasty. He grew up in an environment steeped in traditional storytelling. His participation in Lawas celebration allowed him to engage in storytelling using his body as props, eyes contact, touch, and words. While his friends, including myself, played coy and shy, we were happy to sit out those sessions while Manu was center stage, captaining the crowds with his tales. All this time, I saw Manu as a pre-teen boy who was mature beyond his age, as the stories were developing not just his literacy skills, but conveyed also the direction in which the values, the beliefs, attitudes, and social norms of these stories were shaping his perception and understanding of reality. We moved to the St. Augustine Boys' School in 1974, ushered in by the First Communion, and for the first time, we had to suffer photo taking by Son Pierre. We had to stand up straight, erect, and he would nudge you and hit you and puck in your black to keep it straight. With parental control slacking a little, our new playground was the churchyard, which in the evening after school became the melting pot of neighborhood boys from the Lizine, the Bacadere, and the Mang. In that small space, boys played cricket, football, cast marbles, spin tops, drove cabaret, and played cowboy and crooks. Hermano was in his training ground. It was almost an audition which highlighted the significance that sports would play in his adult life. He was a fast learner. The older boys were eager to pick him as a promising novice as part of the team. Among the older boys, he found a sense of acceptance and belonging, being able to navigate both the world of his younger and older peers. And it was not surprising that soon Manu was playing football and cricket for the school. Having gained the confidence and respect of the older boys, I sensed that Manu's churchyard experiences allowed him to see beyond his immediate environment, beyond his age, and beyond the economic status of being the son of a fisherman. As Manu moved to secondary school, junior sec in 1975, and Viewfort Senior Secondary School in 1978, the child was now the father of the man. What I sensed in the churchyard experiences of Manu was the awakening of the man in him. During that period, a metamorphosis of physical and spiritual forces were beginning to take root in him. A sort of personal revolution that was easy to see, yet hard to define. It was much more than a shift in perspective. It was a shift in the understanding of oneself, from where you came from to the optimistic and visionary trajectory of what you would want to become, something bigger and better than what you had lived. And of course, he had seen this vision play out in the person of his brother Anthony Belas, Baba, who was his active role model, having been the PLP, Progressive Labour Party candidate for the Viewfort North in 1982. Coming of age in his teens, football, cricket would provide a medium that would catapult him to legendary status in the sporting world, locally and regionally. The combination of these forces created a duality that claimed him both as an extrovert and as an introvert. The duality that claimed him as an extrovert drew people towards him, his laughter, his jokes, and his pranks. I can picture Manu on notice eating half of Titin's bake and juice during school assembly. Yet when she complained bitterly, "I don't want that, huh? You all can have it," Bella stood quietly in the background. "You don't want it? Well, give it to me." Manu, and she handed it over, and Manu, gleefully, with mischief in his eye, ate the other half. The duality that claimed him as an introvert drove him to quiet places of the Belvedere Hill, the Calvary, or the end of the jetty to seek clarity in the vision that he sought for his future. There was too his service as an acolyte in the Viewfort Catholic Church that developed his strong feelings about right or wrong, fair or unfair, and shaped his moral compass to recognize the weakness and strengths in those around him and the acceptance that they were not perfect, but in a continuous battle to deal with the demons of their imperfections. Tom Stoppard, an English dramatist, reflected that if you carry your childhood with you, you never become older. This was true of Manu. He carried the light of his childhood with him wherever he went. The light of Manu's childhood was the infrastructure that became an art, much like in a theater that brings a production to life. He has brought us today in his light, so that in this forum, his effective, illuminous lighting can transform our own personal stage to enhance the stories that we would now tell of his life. Thank you.
Kawo, come on, man.
Is that an interview?
I didn't hear anything about the days when you were the preacher and Bellas was part of the church, the congregation.
You know you need to customize your jokes, eh?
All right, guys. I'm sure there are a lot that you've heard about Bellas. One of the things I remember about Bellas growing up, I think we should have had a specific tribute to every individual or from every individual here who suffered at the hands of Manu. There was only one time that everyone unanimously will say they suffered at the hands of Bellas. Anybody remember that? Not football. I mean, we know Bellas and football, not cricket. It's only one time everybody would complain, and that was when it came to food. Anytime it came to food, I remember Terry. Bellas and Terry were very, very close. And if Bellas opened his mouth and tell Terry that Miss Patricia cooked dumpling today, early o'clock, Bellas would run by Miss Patricia and tell her, Terry say, send his food for him. And Miss Patricia very innocently would put a whole load of food in a bowl there and give it to him and tell him, in case you want some, I'll put a little more. And Bellas would go up by that Calvary there, eat everything, and then come back and wipe his mouth and as if he knew absolutely nothing. I'm sure Gwasgi will remember those days of us going to complain to Gwasgi that Manu, that man eat all Bella's food. So anytime it came to food, anyone who dealt with Bellas, knew that you did not leave food around Bellas. As a footballer, there's a lot that Bellas did. In terms of the coaching aspects, you'll hear that. But for those individuals who played with Bellas, I'm going to allow them to tell you some of the things that happened on that football field. Whether it was small goals in the yard by father's mother, anywhere one of these areas, you knew something was coming. I want to look at the life of Bellas as a footballer. And who better to do that than two of the individuals who were in constant competition with Bellas. Forward men. Bellas was a defender. And he had that famous bum-bum block. If you did not get a bum-bum block, he would just put that leg across and hit you with that. But if you did not get one of that, you are a very safe footballer. I want to call on Mr. Stephen Abra Edwards to talk to you about his time with Bellas. Let's head for Abra. We know him, the national hero. I'm not too sure if Bellas is responsible for him walking like that. You want any help coming up the steps, sir? Ou for toujours, man?
Yeah. Thank you, bro. Good night, people. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to talk about some great aspects we had together, Mr. Bellas and myself, football-wise, cricket-wise. We played together for Ghetto Lions. I played for Ghetto Lions, he played for Belvedere Strikers. We played together as Green Giants, but it wasn't that much. But the real thing is, Teacher Bellas against Abra, Belvedere Strikers against Ghetto Lions. I am the striker for Ghetto Lions. Teacher Bellas, Belvedere Strikers defender. I used to call him the bulldozer. He was a bulldozer. And to tell you the truth, we started playing a match against Belvedere Strikers. When I tried to pass the first time, he blocked me, he bulldozed me. He tell me, "Pass your capacity." Why I say, wow, I'm in trouble. The second time I tried to pass, bulldoze. I say, wow, I'm in trouble. He dit, moi do pas passer ici also. I say, wow. Third time, I get the better of him. When I pass, I heard him say, "Pour Dieu, me c'est passé moi." Because he knew from the time I get past, his trouble behind there. I scored a goal. He came to me, he tell me, "Boy, you're a real champion." Moi, you pas basically. He tell me, "Yes, you pass basically." Teacher Bellas was an inspired man. He inspired a lot of us, the old, the young, everybody. So this tribute tonight is totally for him. So on behalf of the whole Youthful community, it's my pleasure. Our deepest condolences goes to the family. May he rest in peace, and his soul will live forever. Thank you, people. Good night.
Ou fait bien, gars, ou dit mon gars, try fait quoi pour pas heli. It's good. Felix Eroff, St. Rose. Croft, as he's better known to many of us. I want to welcome Croft to the stage so that Croft can give us a few moments of his time with Emmanuel Bellas. Now, Croft is a guy, he's shy a lot, you know. But when he get a mic, oh God, he does talk. It's over there, you passing. Croft, do just like Abra, don't cry on the people say. Tonight is about love. We're celebrating. All right, sir?
Hold on, boss.
But the man have about 10 things on his phone, boy. Oh, God. So,
Good evening. On Tuesday, 19th November 2024, when I heard of the passing of St. Lucia's football coach, educator, Emmanuel Mano Belas, it struck me and I felt a void in my heart. I saw as well the void his passing will create in the football landscape of this country, whether in administration, education, and community development. His work and example leave a legacy for generations to emulate. Success is no accident. It is hard work, perseverance, learning, studying, sacrifice, discipline, and most of all, love of what you are doing or learning to do. This was Emmanuel Mano Belas. My profound memory of Belas as a football player. Emmanuel Mano Belas was a wing defender of the Youthful Belvedere Strikers of the 80s and the Beaufort South representative team. When Belvedere Strikers and Uptown Rebels used to play, once it rained, you have to be assured that Belvedere Strikers will win, because Belas likes to slide tackle, he likes to give you the bum hit, he likes to do everything. I never see a soccer player who plays football with all the parts of his body. In 1983, in the district tournament, Mano, as he was commonly known, made his debut finals. He was selected on the final 11 to represent Beaufort South Green Giants in this training encounter at the Mindo Philip Park versus Central Castries. The first game resulted in a 3-3 draw. The rematch was a week later. In the opening seconds of the game, a penalty was awarded to Central Castries for an infringement against Belas. Belas, though young, accepted this call calmly. He never looked back, but just continued playing. Unfortunately, the game resulted in a humiliating defeat for Beaufort Green Giants. His disposition and personality did not allow him to challenge or be defiant, a testimony of his respect for all. Comrade, thank you for toiling the football development journey of this country together. Rest in peace, my brother, until we meet again. Play on, comrade, play on.
Well done, Brother Croft. Okay, 2 quick notes there. For those individuals who remember the days of the acolytes being an integral part of Reverend Barthelme's group, 2 individuals I remember clearly, Sweat and Belas, Walter Edmond. These guys were some of the seniors, and you had to make it, you had to be very careful that Babs did not get you in any shape or form where you were a disturbance on the altar. So Belas would have, just like Sweat, he would have a red sock and 1 green, and they wear the shortest cassock. And the pants would be like a chichit buoy. Now, in case some of you don't know what a chichit buoy is, you know, that's when your pants is really, really tight. And these guys sometimes will just pull it up. And guys like Lewis, Nigel Eudoxie would just stay there and watch one red sock, one green. And that was deliberate. And people would stay there laughing, and Bass would just turn around, give you that look. Bellas was always serious. We used to go in the mango tree, the Julie mango, midnight. I'm not going to say we were trying to have some mangoes. We were not stealing. We were just having mangoes without permission. I rather put it like that. As Bella's life moved on, he decided to become serious. He started to coach. He started to pass on his knowledge. The one thing he always used to say is he wanted to pass on to others. I don't know if the one thing he never passed on, though, is his days as a soldier was. I never saw him teach anyone to be. I don't know if Coco can confirm if he was a soldier was too. If you were Coco, you could always tell us what training you got from your father. But I know as a coach and mentor, some individuals really benefited. And there's a young lady here today who wants to tell us the impact that Bellas as a coach and mentor had on her life. Let's welcome Miss Nibia Montrop. Miss Nibia Montrop. I think it's Bellas that teach her to walk upright. Because if I remember the days that Viewfort Cumbridge, she used to walk down there. So now look at her climb the stairs. Poised, pristine. Thank you.
Mr. B, standing here today, I feel a mix of sadness and emotional agony. However, gratitude and admiration for everything you have done with us stand taller as your journey through the passage of time. The diverse family networks you established, whether offspring, players, teams, school, and community, wherever your energy was, that was family. You may not be here in person, but your legacy lives on. Your legacy is alive in all of us. You had an eye for identifying talent and put teams together who went on to do extraordinary things. For many of the females on the Viewfort South football team, all it took was you saying, "See you at 4:30 on the field." I reached out to some of these girls, my teammates, who have been there from the beginning, to ask them to share a few words about the impact you had on their lives. These are the people who saw you in action, who felt your influence firsthand, and who, like me, carry your lessons with us every day. It is important for me to bring their voices here today because they too are living proof of the undeniable mark you etched in all of us. Mr. B went beyond his call of duties as a coach to become a trusted friend and mentor to our Captain Mikej, or Haitian as he called her. An official was unable to pronounce her name and he said, "You are no longer a Lucian, you are a Haitian going forward." He always had faith in her and emphasized the importance of completing the journey she began on and off the field. For Gianna, Mr. B introduced her to the team and her love for football grew and her career flourished. He was always by her side throughout her journey, and when something was wrong, he would try his utmost to assist. He was a father figure in her life. He made sure that she was on top of her academic pursuits by giving motivational speeches before major exams. His support never wavered when it came to Chrisanne. His presence was constant, always ready with a joke and always ready to lend a hand. He was her father figure, someone she could look up to, trust, and turn to no matter the circumstances. Even after she moved to college, she kept in touch with him, updating him on her journey and seeking advice on how to grow as a player and a person. He was always there, just like he had been from the beginning. If only he could have been there to see her graduate and walk across that stage and make him proud. He was someone Anasha looked up to. She remembers him as a man who was full of dry jokes. She started her FIFA C license course and was having difficulty with an assignment. "Uno, I need to see you," was all he said. He assisted her with the assignment, and at the end, he looked at her and said, Gadek Dekla, Uno, you can do the work. Go and complete it. And yes, she now holds a FIFA C license, which she got because of the values which he instilled in her. During 5 years at the Youthful Comprehensive Secondary School, he taught her far more than how to run a perfect race or how to master the art of teamwork in order to play a fantastic 90 minutes of football. He taught her perseverance, discipline, and the importance of showing up not just for practice, but for life. He made her believe in herself when she doubted her abilities to start off our 4x4 relay at Intersect or to take a penalty kick. He played a crucial role in Shania's academic and football journey. Mr. B was always quick to offer guidance and feedback on mistakes. He was also incredibly encouraging, always wanting the best for her. Coach B, she would shout when she saw him, which he would respond by turning slightly, giving a sideways glance and responding, "I know you," and before turning away again. They would always laugh. It was his way of keeping things light. As for me personally, Mr. Bella served as a guide whenever I needed him. He saw my potential from the moment I entered the Youthful Comprehensive Secondary School, and he has never stopped pushing me to be my best. He often challenged me with his riddles and tongue twisters, but would shoot me a side eye, followed by "move there" if he was unsuccessful. During my final years at secondary school, I did not think that I would be able to balance 2 sports as well as my academic pursuits. I contemplated quitting the sports. He was the first one who spoke to me and encouraged me to stay committed and focus on the goal, not the obstacles. That year, after lots of hard work, I did not only graduate with all passes at CSEC, but I made the national football team, where we went on to place second in our group at the CONCACAF tournament. We always kept in touch, and he would always let me know that he was proud of me, and he would urge me to keep working towards my goal. Mr. Bellas gave his all for his teams, but I would like to think that we, the Beaufort South female team, was his favorite. He had a unique relationship with each of us. However, a few things remained constant for all of us. He saw potential in us even when we couldn't see it in ourselves. He expected the best from us, whether it be in the classroom, the field, or anywhere in society. He made us all better athletes, students, and people. He was like a father figure, guide, mentor, and friend to many, offering his guidance and advice. He instilled many values in us all and helped us understand that character, discipline, and effort mattered. He taught us how to fight through adversity and how to stand tall even when the world tried to knock us down. He made us feel seen, valued, and capable. And of course, his dry jokes. We all, especially Ilana, will never forget his jokes. Once, while playing a possession drill, Ilana made a mistake. Out of nowhere, Mr. Bellas's deep voice boomed, calling it classical nonsense. He stopped the play, and the entire field erupted in laughter. That was Mr. Bellas, a man who knew how to teach, but also how to bring joy to every situation. His belief in us wasn't just about our ability to play the game. It was about our ability to work together, to overcome challenges, and to grow as individuals. He showed us the power of discipline, hard work, and persistence, and perhaps most importantly, he showed us the value of respect for each other, for the game, and for ourselves. Mr. B, you weren't afraid to challenge us. You knew when to push, when to teach, and sometimes when to just listen. You didn't just shape athletes, you shaped better people. And that's the gift you give us. The understanding that who we are off the field matters just as much as who we are on it. As I stand here today, I realize that everything I have accomplished, everything I strive for, is part of what you instilled in me. I carry your lessons with me every day. Your influence goes far beyond the games we played together. It's embedded in the way I approach challenges, in the way I treat others, and in the way I keep moving forward, even when life gets tough. Thank you, Coach. Thank you for your unwavering belief, for your guidance, and for your tough love. Thank you for being the kind of person who made an impact that lasts a lifetime. Your lessons, your spirit, your heart, they will never be forgotten. Rest in progress, Coach. You have left an undeniable mark on all of us. Your legacy will live on through everything we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Nibia Montrop. Okay, we're going to have a little interlude there from Tabumele before we receive Dr. Kennedy Anthony. Tabumele.
I'll tell you when to come.
I run in behind.
Yon misye kouye belas. Yon misye kouye mano. Anale. Yon misye kouye belas. Yon misye kouye mano. Yo di mwen fwe belas pou apachei epi ale. Yo di mwen fwe mano pou apachei epi ale. Pitet abwezan chay moun te sav, ki pa te sav, ki mano, c'était un homme qu'il te, et c'était un homme théâtre. Nous te ka jouer ensemble, avec Boots, avec FRC, avec Theater, vieux fort. Yon monsieur, kouye belas. Yon monsieur, kouye mano. Yon monsieur, kouye belas. Yon monsieur, kouye mano. Écoutez-moi, yo di moi, pas hele, pas plewe, pas hele, pas plewe. Belas poko mort, il poko mort. Il ka vivre dernier football qui ka joué ici à. Il ka vivre dernier théâtre qui ka fait en vieux fort. Il ka vivre dernier sport qui ka fait à cette lycée. Yon monsieur kuye belas. Yo monsieur, kuye mano. Yo monsieur, kuye belas. Yo monsieur, kuye mano. Vivre chez nous toutes, en chez maman l'école, il ka vivre chez nous toutes, en chez janvier fort, il ka vivre chez nous toutes. Hey, yo monsieur, kouye pelas, yo monsieur, kouye mano, yo monsieur, kouye belas, yo monsieur, kouye mano, yo di moins parler, pas pleurer. Belas poko mort. Il poko mort. Il ka vivre dernier sans tambour qui ka battre ici. Il ka vivre dernier football qui ka jouer en simple ici. Il ka vivre dernier jeune gens qui ka lever en vieux fort. Yo monsieur, kouye belas. Yo monsieur, kouye mano. Yo monsieur, kouye belas. Yo monsieur, kouye mano. Ça vous mêle, nous allons vivre encore, mais nous allons souhaiter toute famille, frère mano, avec tout jeunes gens, tout le monde. Nous allons séparer avec vous. Belas, c'était Jean nous. Moi, c'est un teacher avec Belas. Nous avons changé, nous avons joué football. On a fini ça là avec side teacher. En chaque nous, c'est teacher ensemble. Yo monsieur, kouye Belas. Yo monsieur, kouye mano. Yo monsieur, kouye belas. Yo monsieur, kouye mano.
All right, thank you very much, Tabu Mele. They will be back a little later as we get ready for the parliamentary rep, Dr. Kenny V. Anthony. Of course, we're holding Miss Rosemary Shabatis on standby and also Mr. Mahoney Oje. Still have football in you?
Hey, sir, nice to have you. Yeah, that's it. Huh? Oh. Good evening, everyone. If I am a little solemn this evening, then blame it on my age. As I say from time to time, at my age, people like me are in the departure lounge. And it appears that every week it draws closer as we lose very special and treasured friends. At nearly every funeral, you will hear the words in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 55. Where, O death, is your victory? Where, O death, is your sting? It is true that our priests and pastors tell us that death has no sting because of the eventual triumph of our resurrection. They remind us that there is only victory over death if we are saved. So our victory over death is our resurrection. I am not here to preach. I'm here simply to say that, make no mistake, death has its sting. We are here this evening because we feel the sting of the death of our brother, comrade, friend, whom we all know simply as Mano. We are here to celebrate his life, his achievements, his successes, and the glory that he brought to us through the game of football. But deep in our hearts, I know we are here to lament, to shed tears, to pay tribute to him, to give thanks and praise for his life, and to seek comfort and strength from each other's presence. That is so because we all feel the sting of his death. Mano was truly an extraordinary son of our community. And already through the tributes you have heard, you understand that he belonged to all of us, whether as a citizen, teacher, coach, footballer, sports administrator, or simply a community activist. Since his passing, there have been many tributes. And for me, one of the most touching, most poignant, most comprehensive and respectful was the one issued by the St. Lucia Football Association. I salute and thank them for recognizing this extraordinary son of Youthful. Mano was truly a sports genius. While sports was his passion, he realized that he had unique and rare skills in sports administration. And he excelled at it because he had extraordinary gifts of persuasion, an uncanny ability to resolve conflict and disputes. He knew how to bring people together, to inspire them to work in unison for the common good. He was never, ever condemnatory. For him, his mission was to search for the talent in all whom he met and coached. More than anyone else, he was responsible for bringing glory to football in our community. No one equaled or matched him. When our team fell into lean times, as happened these past 3 years, and I retreated into disappointment, Mano was the one who said to me in his usual calm, logical style, "Doc, we're in transition. One generation is giving way to another. The boys are young. These things happen. They will give us glory again." And judging on that performance we have seen from our team this year, I know we are again on our path to glory. And so we have to remain inspired by Mano's legacy. We had a respectful, warm relationship. Every year without fail, he would request that we meet to discuss fixtures and plans for Youthful football. My job was to arrange the sponsorship. When times were difficult, he would understand, adjust, and work with what was available. This year was no different. In August, before his illness struck him down, He visited me at my legal office and asked nonchalantly, in his usual calm and gentle manner, what we doing for football? My reply was simple. Just tell me, as you always do, what you need. I intend to honor my commitment to Mano and ensure that resources are available for our usual fixtures. I owe it to him. There will be many honors coming his way, and we should not allow his passing to deny him the honors and accolades he deserves. But tonight there's one small honor, and I hope that from now on our football fixtures in Beaufort will be renamed the Emmanuel Bellas Football Competition. I really hope that our football league would do so, at least always, to honor his extraordinary contribution to arranging the sport that all of you love so very much. So as we gather today and reflect on the life of our brother and friend, let us celebrate the great example he was to our community. Let us always remember his contribution and the mark he made on our community and country through his selfless service. A giant has gone to sleep. But as someone said a few moments ago, in fact, Musa captured it in song so very well. We can keep him alive if we honor his legacy, his example, his passion, and the love and respect he freely shared among us. May he rest in eternal peace in the bosom of our Creator. May his family be comforted by our presence, our words, our support, and our love. I thank you, and I ask that peace be with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc. You know, sometimes when I listen to Doc and Emmanuel Bellas, they have that very forceful voice. As we await Miss Rosemary Jabatis to pay tribute to Bellas as a primary school teacher. I recall the captain of the Beaufort Under 12 football team as they defeated Dennery 2-0, paying tribute to Mr. Emmanuel Bellas. His words were, "Coach, this one was for you." Miss Rosemary Jabatis.
Good evening. Where is the item that I placed on the fridge earlier on? In came Mrs. Charles, Mrs. Shalry, Miss Ruth, Miss Vigée, Miss Examine, Sharon, even our late principal, Mrs. Stevens. That was the mantra that we heard at the Beaufort Junior Primary almost every day. Where did they vanish? Where did that item vanish? Need I tell you where that item vanished or who took that item? Need I tell you? I'm sure I don't have to tell you. Oh, Bellas and I taught together at the Beaufort Junior Primary School in the early 80s. And I'm sure most of you don't know or can't remember where that school is or was. If you are over 25 years, you probably would know where that school was. Behind the square, where you have that old Shell, and the old Viewfort Girls Primary School, just as I said, behind the square. He actually taught at the RC Boys School, but after the hurricane, the new Viewfort Junior Primary was formed, and we became a great, great family. Bellas was really, really addressed, never really addressed by his given first name. Everyone called him Belas or Mano and Charbelas or whatever it is that how you wanted to address him. At the Viewfort Junior Primary, it was not only work. There was never a dull moment with Belas. We had lots and lots of fun. We had an initiation exercise for each new teacher who joined the family. And you know who would be leading the charge. We celebrated birthdays and so many things we did, and the list goes on. I always knew that Belas felt more at home outside on the field than in the classroom. Hence, after the Viewfort Junior Primary School was merged, he branched out into the secondary school to teach physical education. Belas had a great sense of humor. He always seemed to concoct a phrase or statement to mean the opposite. He also had the tendency to literally translate a Creole phrase into English. And his favorite one was, "What mix me?" And it meant, "Ki mele mwen?" So many things I could say about Belas, but my time is very limited. I could go on and on and on. Belas, you will sorely be missed, not only by me, but by the Viewfort Junior Primary School family. I will no longer be shouting your name as I walk past your house. I will also no longer be seeing you being dragged along to the field by your grandchildren, particularly Andre. No matter what time of day it was, he would be out here on the field with his grandchildren. So on behalf of the Viewfort Junior Primary family, I say, rest in peace, friend and colleague. To the family, our deepest sympathy goes to you. I hope you find comfort in the knowledge that he is no longer suffering. God is good. Be strong. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jean-Baptiste. Mr. Belas also had a life at secondary school. Mr. Mahoney Auger is not here right now. So we move on to Mr. Belas, a tribute to him as a teacher at the Sports Academy by Krishma Inns. Miss Inns, your turn.
Good night, everyone. Life has shown us its hurtful side by taking you away from us. It breaks our heart that it happened so unexpectedly. 1,000 words won't bring you back because we have tried, and neither tears because we have cried. It is hard to find the right words to honor someone as extraordinary as Emmanuel Belas. He wasn't just our coach, he was our guide, our motivator, and our biggest supporter. He wasn't just a part of our journey at the St. Lucia Sports Academy. He was the journey, the foundation that shaped us into who we are today. Coach Belas has a heart so big, It could hold all of us and still have room for more. He believed in us when we didn't believe in ourselves. Whether it was on the field, the track, or in the classroom, he never stopped pushing us. Not just to succeed, but to grow, to learn, and to become better people. Coach B inspired us in ways words can't fully capture. He taught us that winning wasn't just about crossing the finishing line first or scoring the most points. It was about the character we built along the way, the friendships we made, and the resilience we found within ourselves. To say we will miss him doesn't feel like enough. His kindness, his humor, his unwavering belief in us, they left a mark on our hearts that will never fade. Now, if you ever cross paths with Coach, you should know that his main hobby is roasting us at any chance he gets. Oh my gosh. First, let's talk about head shapes. No one is safe. Square heads, round heads, heads that look like they got stuck in a blender, like he said. He had jokes for all of us. And the boys with the hairline so far back, Coach swore they run in a race without telling the rest of their face. And the running critics. If you run too fast, you're trying to escape from your problems. If you run too slow, you're on a Sunday stroll with no brain cells guiding the way. But guess what? He didn't stop there. He gave us nicknames that stuck. Names so random, they sounded like you were naming pets at an animal shelter. But let's not forget, Coach wasn't off the hook either. We had our share of jokes about his giant football-shaped head and his big belly he always talks about. Every time he bent over to tie his shoes, someone shouted, "Careful, Coach." But as much as his jokes were terrible and we roasted each other, we all knew it came from a place of love. Coach B didn't just make us laugh, he made us better. He had his way of turning jokes into lessons, turning criticism to inspiration, and turning a group of kids into family. So Coach, thank you for the laughs, the lessons, and all the memories. Your head may be big, but your heart was even bigger. However, on behalf of the St. Lucia Sports Academy, we are surely grateful of you for being our father figure, a mentor, a friend, a buddy, a coach, and the light in our lives. We will carry your lessons, your spirit, and your legacy first forever. Rest easy and thank you.
Yes, Miss Inns, his hat was way bigger than his belly and his head. I love that, I'll take that. Okay, as we get ready to have a slideshow on the life of Mr. Bellas, if that's not ready, let's move into the Deriso Football League. Mr. Innocent, your slideshow. Guess the people are ready to see Bellas and all of these funny photos. Are you ready, Mr. Innocent? We set it up. Hopefully the individuals at the other stand are able to view what's going on the screen.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. If you give a little more than you take, and
Good
if
evening
you
to
try
everyone.
to fix more than you break.
I don't usually do this. Those of you who know me well enough know I'm not one who sends voice notes or video messages. However, I think for a man like Emmanuel Bellas to be able to give tribute to him, I think for a man like Emmanuel Bellas to be able to give tribute to him, this is the minimal that I could have done on my end. For me, Emmanuel Bellas was not just a coach. He was a mentor, a true inspirational leader to anyone who worked with him or had the privilege to know him. He was my uncle from my mom's side, but as a young coach, I think his inspiration or his impact on my life was more as a professional than as family. He was not just focused on the X and O's of the game. He believed in building character, teaching discipline, creating a sense of family within his team. His dedication to the sport was unmatched. I remember seeing the way he was able to establish his presence with his team and give respect among his players, and it just clearly showed me that to gain respect from your players is not about your position as the head coach, but the way you're able to gain respect because of the way you treat your players as individuals, and the way he's able to create a family set up within his team. Everything Bill as coach, it was a family. You watch the 2017-2018 Viewfort South team, it was a family. And while they had some strong characters like the Gregson and the Sant and the JAHIM, the way that team operates, you could see that he assigned responsibility with leadership on this team, and his man management was second to none, you know. And I've always been inspired by his ways as a coach, and to be able to get success on and off the pitch with his team. However, I think Bella's legacy in the game, or his legacy, is more than just the games he won or the championship he earns, and he did win a few, but the lasting impact in every life he touched, his wisdom, his leadership, and his inspiration, it will continue today and in years to come. Coaches who did not know him, his impact will have a domino effect on their lives. And I think the way he has transformed or improved the quality of football, the quality of coaching with his coaching education program in St. Lucia, and it will never be forgotten. I am grateful to be family, and even more grateful to be able to consider to be one who work or learn under his coaching, and I'm really hoping that we can continue to carry his legacy, not just in the success we earn on the pitch, but what we able to achieve off the pitch with our players. So I thank you.
Isan Coco, I take this time to say how difficult it is for so many of us in the football fraternity on the passing of Mr. Bellas. Mr. Bellas, as we have said before, and many have said, that for me, hypnotizes a goodwill, a man with a big heart, a coach, a father, a loving figure, someone who has done so much for the football fraternity, for the football federation. I know he was a very close friend of the president of the SLFA and gave sound advice on football education. He has worked with the Ministry of Sports, St. Lucia Sports Academy. He have worked, and all the conversations that we have had over the years, he always speaks about glowingly about Viewfort football and how and where he wants to take it. He has done a lot for them. Football in South. He has done a lot for the people of Viewfort. Because not only Mr. Bellas, not only he was a coach, but he was a mentor to many. And it's with great sadness that we say that we will miss him. The people of Youthful will miss him because he always tried to bring people together. He always thought good about people, and he always extended that hand of friendship to everybody, south, north, central of the country. For me personally, my time in Trinidad, whenever I called, whenever I wanted to speak on something football-wise in St. Lucia, I would always give Mr. Bellas a call. And whether he's there or I couldn't reach him at the time that I would want, he would always return my call or send me a message that he's busy. And for people like that, I have, a lot of respect. Understanding that sometimes you're busy, but you always try to get back to the person on the other side. And Mr. Bellas always gave me his time. Always, whether it was on coaching, on football, always gave me advice. We always traded comments and matters of football, put it into St. Lucia and football in the Caribbean. So we always had a good rapport. He, Stuart, and myself, we interacted by phone a lot because we always had our ideas about the football here and what he thought on it, his ideas on it, and he always gave good advice. Always gave. If you had a conversation with Mr. Bellas, you'd sometimes realize that the two of you all think alike, and for us, both Stuart and myself, I know that's how we felt. He was always understanding and had his concerns about football, and we always knew that where he wanted to go, and it was easy working with him. We always wanted that to have a bigger relationship with him because we know what he meant for football and what he wanted from the football, and I know all of us are sad for him and his family, his son, witty as his father. I could see where his father, where he got that from. And every time I think of South, it's not just Titus Silva and Butu and those guys, those footballers, but I think of Coco Bellas, Emmanuel Bellas, and Tennyson when I think of South, football in South, because they always bring a smile to my face. Sometimes I ask them, is Tennyson really from South? And Mr. Bellas always had an interesting comment to make about that. So rest well, my friend. Rest well. You have done your part. You have played your part in a big way, in a way that we will never forget you. We will keep your name alive by educating, encouraging, bringing people together, bringing the football and the sporting community together, because you're a cricketer, footballer, you're a sportsman. Whether it's athletics, you're always there with your time. We thank you immensely. With your big heart, we know you did what you can for your country and for your people of Youthful. So, rest well, and you'll never be forgotten, my friend. Happy to say that you're my friend and a mentor to all of us. Rest in peace.
Where do I even begin? When I think of Mr. Bellas, I think of a strong individual who would always put himself out there, give his all, always available when you needed him, a father figure to many persons, and just a dedicated and hardworking individual who was selfless in pretty much everything that he did. Yes, it was tough at times, but it was only to get the best out of everybody around him. Mr. Bellas was my mentor from way back, maybe 2002. So his support in my life, in my football life particularly, it's like there are no words to describe it. He was always there when I needed him, always. Whether it was as a player or as a coach, he was always one call away and willing to assist in any aspect that I would have asked.
Malikan, CEO Veterans in Sports Inc. We honor the legacy of Mr. Emmanuel Bellas, a beloved teacher, mentor, father figure, and an inspirational leader in the world of football and education in St. Lucia. His charisma, dedication, and unwavering commitment to his community viewport and the nation as a whole have left an indelible mark. Mr. Bellas was more than a coach. He was a beacon of hope and guidance to countless young athletes, fostering not just their skills on the field, but also their character and ambition of it. To his beloved wife and family, we extend our deepest condolences during this difficult time. May you find comfort in the outpouring of love and respect for Mr. Bellas and the enduring impact he had on so many lives. His passion for the game of football, which he loved so dearly, and his people will forever inspire those who had the privilege to know him. Though he is no longer with us, his legacy lives on in the lives he touched and the dreams he helped build. He will be deeply missed, but never forgotten. Rest in peace, Mr. Bellas.
For people like you, I've heard up there the streets are made of gold. There's a hand to hold. I believe when your days down here are through, there's a place up there for people like you.
All right, that was a wonderful tribute with so many individuals telling us how Bellas impacted their lives. Of course, I'm sure later on we'll hear a lot more about Mr. Bellas. Are we through with the tributes? Mr. Innocent? Okay. As we move on, Bellas always loved to portray himself as somebody who was militant. And so I'm going to call on Mrs. Cynthia Satney to tell you a little about Bellas in his trade union days, trying to create that he was I guess that's why I wore my hat. And I wanted to go along with him. Mrs. Satney, you know more about him than I do.
Good evening to all. On behalf of my family, the St. Lucia Teachers Union, and comrades of the trade union movement, I offer my sincere condolences to Mr. Bellas, his wife, Priscilla, his children, grandchildren, family, friends, colleagues in the St. Lucia Football Association, and the entire community of Youthful South. We have indeed lost a great man, a humble man, a selfless servant of the people. May his soul rest in eternal peace and rise in glory. Mr. Bellas, the man, his life, his legacy, his memory as a member of the St. Lucia Teachers Union. During my preparations of this tribute to Mr. Belas, I delved into my archive of photos from our St. Lucia Teachers Union days, and Brother B's life, legacy, memory was imprinted all over. Serving in his role as Deputy General Secretary of the St. Lucia Teachers Union, marching through the streets of Castries and St. Lucia, demanding justice, better pay, and improved working conditions for teachers, and his real passion serving as the sports general of the St. Lucia Teachers Union. Mr. Belas served as Deputy General Secretary of the SLTU from 1992 to 1998. According to Gilroy Satney, who was General Secretary during the same period, Mr. Belas was a consummate professional in fulfilling his duties as Deputy GS. The preparation of minutes was always on point, well-tailored and on time, which contributed immensely to the smooth running or functioning of the St. Lucia Teachers Union. During his 6 years tenure as Deputy GS, Mr. Belas did not remain on the fence. He joined the picket line, whether it was for better pay or improved working conditions for teachers. Despite his serious demeanor at meetings of the SLTU, he was a jovial and sociable character. He was well known for his contagious laugh to lighten the mood of a meeting, as well as his serious concern for his belly. With Mr. Belas present, you could have a party without drinks, but not without food. Within the St. Lucia Teachers Union, Mr. Belas's name was synonymous with sports. Whether it was football, cricket, athletics, fun sports, or indoor games, he was large and in charge. He served as the chairperson of the sports committee from 1994 to 1998. During his reign, SLTU organized a hardball cricket competition which was played on a zonal basis, and the south of the island emerged victorious. Following that successful competition, the SLTU was able to field a squad of 16 players and officials to represent St. Lucia at the Les Harris cricket competition in Guyana. As sports coordinator, Mr. Belas was instrumental in organizing sporting competitions for primary school students. Under his leadership in 1993, the St. Lucia Teachers Union, in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and with sponsorship to the tune of $15,000 from the National Commercial Bank, hosted an under 15 and under 13 football competition for primary school students. The competitions were so successful and drew so much support from schools that parents and the general public came out in full support, which encouraged the bank to continue the sponsorship for another 3 years. Mr. Belas also left his footprints on the sport of athletics during his reign with the SLTU. He managed the St. Lucia team to the Caribbean Union of Teachers Students Track and Field Championships in 1992 in Trinidad, and again in St. Kitts in 1994. St. Lucia's outstanding performance at these competitions was undoubtedly attributed to Mr. Belas's role in the preparation and selection of our national team. And I emphasize national. As before Mr. Belas began in 1992, the norm was to select a few students from Castries to represent the St. Lucia Teachers Union. Needless to say, our performance was not even worth noting. However, from 1992, with Mr. Belas at the helm, training camps were organized throughout the island, and following weeks of intensive training, the best of the best was selected. With his affectionate personality and nurturing character, he brought out the best in all those with whom he came into contact. That, comrades, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, in a nutshell, encapsulates the life, legacy, and memory of the man, Comrade Belas, as a member of the St. Lucia Teachers Union. May his memory and legacy live on forever to be a beacon in our lives. I thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Satney. Of course, we've been hearing about Belas in football, in track and field. But I remember clearly Belas's days as a cricketer. And who better to tell us about Belas's role on the cricket field, in management, as a player and all, but Mr. Winston Father Lubin. Mr. Lubin to the podium. And Mr. Lubin must have been a slow bowler, you know. I don't know. They said he had a lot of pace. I'm not too sure. The name live after Wazim Akram.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm asked to speak about Mr. Emmanuel Belas with regards to his cricketing or his cricket exploits. However, I, as a friend, custodian, and exceedingly close friend of him, would speak about him holistically. At the end of the day of it all, we in glowing terms will exalt, uplift, advocate, praise, rightly so. However, will his legacy be emulated? This is a challenge to all. Belas epitomized a quality of life which demanded serious attention. Reticent, imposing, action-driven, results-oriented, outstanding. Equal to all, second to none. As he straddled the St. Lucia landscape like a colossus, be it in sports education, administration, mentorship. I knew and lived with Belas from the earliest days of his boyhood. We together developed a friendship and camaraderie which lasted till his passing. There were torrid times, of course, during this period, but never once we raised a finger. By all accounts, those were the golden days of what was Youthful, where community effort, guidance, togetherness, and leadership was more than self-serving and aggrandizement. Belas served in all capacities with distinction. As chair of the Vieux Cricket Committee, local government deputy chair, national football coach, school sports advisor, coordinator, director, National Football Association, esteemed member and pointman, and many others, including president of the St. Lucia Cricket Umpires Association. Belas represented the Vieux South football cricket team, where he made invaluable contributions as a player, mentor, and coach. In fact, in those days, I was his cricket captain. Belas, I must inform, for those who may not know, contributed immensely to Darren Sammy's growth as the outstanding cricketer he became. Mentored right here at the Philip Masley grounds. By all accounts, Belas was a great community personality. He graced the Vieux South community landscape with effortless ease and comfort, becoming a household name. I am ever pleased and feel emboldened when on many an occasion I am referred to as Mr. Belas by many who mistakenly call me Mr. Belas, which of course I hesitantly correct. May his sunset allow for deep reflection at this very will again as he will rise again tomorrow. May his memory and images continue to be evoked. Mr. Belas, I thank you very much for the contribution you have made to Vieux and the community, and may we remember you till we shall meet again. I thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Lubin. I think on many occasions, Belas and I would sit at Vieux Compre, and when we would listen to speeches with all those big words, we would remember Oxman, and we would just then say, big wood. Anytime Oxman could not pronounce a word, he would just say, big wood. Without further ado, one of the individuals who experienced Mr. Belas is here to talk to you or pay tribute to the personality and character of Belas. Miss Raisa Joseph. Miss Raisa Joseph.
Good evening, everyone. Bonsoir tout le monde. Who was Emmanuel Belas? Qui monite? To speak of the character and personality of Emmanuel Mano Belas is to speak of a dynamic individual who naturally enamored others to him. He was industrious, authentic, faithful, dedicated and committed, and simply excellent without the need to boast. A personality is often defined as a person's unique way of thinking, feeling, and behaving, and character as the mental and moral qualities that are distinct to an individual. When we speak about Mr. Belas, to have known him was to have known someone who thought progressively, felt deeply for others, and resonated positivity. He believed in doing good and being good. Mr. Belas was a man who served in many ways. We might ask the question, where are the good men? Or who are the men? Mr. Belas was a man, the man for sports, family, teaching, mentorship, leadership. He was the man for Vieux and for St. Lucia. He was a man who lived and served within his family and the wider community. He embodied servant leadership effortlessly in many ways by the good works he produced in several areas. He reminded us of the namesake that he kept as Emmanuel, that God was indeed with us. An exemplary coach and teacher, he led walking alongside others. His approach was commanding, distinct, and strategic. He was not purely interested in the outcome or performance, but the person. He cared about the well-being of those he trained and coached. He ensured, for instance, that his players negotiated the best possible deals for their personal development and were not led astray. Emmanuel was a good shepherd. It is unsurprising, therefore, how easily it was for students, past and present, players, children, grandchildren, council members, and others could follow him, listen to him, and trust him. He was sure of himself, clear and concise, straightforward, and a no-nonsense individual. When he directed and motivated, his voice would change instinctively. If he told you, when you get the baton, you take it and you bring it to your partner. As you approach, you say pass and land it in their hand. You did just as he told you to. And it was on this very field when I attended secondary school at the then VFO Comprehensive Campus A, he would walk us down for daily training and instruct us to sprint from this end of the field to the next. An extraordinary father and grandfather. If one thought that Mr. Belas was excellent or sublime in sports, they would have been blown away by his role as a father and grandfather. There was gentleness, softness, care, and support. Family came first, and he demonstrated profoundly his integrity there. Among the distinct and lasting images that I can recall that are etched in my memory were his embrace of his cousin Caroline Belas at her brother-in-law's funeral. He gave her support. It was healing. He was reliable, and he cared. He was that family figure who provided comfort and support consistently. The others were moments of him crossing the pedestrian by Massey and climbing up the stairs at the V4 Plaza, grandchildren in hand, happy, proud, and joyful. His contributions to the community are immense. This was testament to his selfless nature in providing formidable leadership at multiple levels. For one to sacrifice themselves as he did was a decisive choice. Whereas others chose to rest, he remained active and in service. There was no silence or retreat, but rather action, presence, and service. Mr. Belas saw where he could do what seemingly looked small in big ways. Mentor, be present, lead, pass on wisdom, believe in young men and young women who didn't believe in themselves and sometimes whose town might have forgotten too, and stand by them. Emmanuel Belas demonstrated excellence in everything his hands came to touch, and he gave his time too. What was also very clear was that his discipline, hard work, and commitment was balanced beautifully by a unique sense of humor, which we can see in Coco Belas, levity, love, and care. In the game of life, he was a superb, all-rounded batsman, a MAPP. It was not merely what he did, but how he did it. Among the various responsibilities he assumed, successes attained individually or collectively, he remained humble. He knew who he was and what he was placed here to do, and he gave it his all. He was a family man through and through, and a fighter who was courageous in every encounter on or off the field and in his death. Mr. Belas died young though, and by this I am not speaking about his age, but the quality of his engagements and pursuits and all the various leadership commitments he was rooted to. He was not in retirement as one would have expected, but was actively living, pouring into his community, and that is why we are all here today. The character of a man standing in times of difficulty, championing youth development in various forms, promoting stability and resilience for our community, and a pillar of love and strength for his family. In our present social and political climate, the questions are often posed in negative ways, in stigmatizing ways, and often without thorough research and genuine concern. Is there anything good that can come out of VA4? Emmanuel Belas is one of many answers that resounds clearly and loudly, not just yes, but that the greatest things and people come from VIEW forth. They served the town, they built St. Lucia, and many generations. We will remain eternally grateful for him. May he rest in peace and rise in power.
Thank you, Miss Raisa Joseph. And now I call on you to view the slideshow. You know, Bellas knew so many individuals. He mentored so many and coached so many footballers, men and women, that individuals across wanted you to see this presentation. Take it away, sir.
Hi, Coach B. Yesterday was my last game of the season, and as I look back on how far I've come and what I've accomplished, I found it necessary to send this message to tell you thank you. Thank you for everything. Thank you for everything that you've done for me, and thank you for everything that you've done for other St. Lucian footballers. I want you to know that I love you, Coach B, and that the entire football community loves and appreciates you, and we're continuing to pray for you, and we just want you to hold strong, but most importantly, know that you have played a great role in our lives, and we love you.
Hello, Mr. Belas. I'm sending this message to let you know that you are loved by many, including me. I think of you and keep you in my prayers daily. You're like a father figure to me, and you are definitely making a positive impact in my life. I love you. I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you, Mr. B, for everything.
Hello, Mr. Velas. I wanted to take a moment to just express my sincere gratitude for everything you've done for me, and not for just me, but for all the female footballers in St. Lucia. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for believing in us. Thank you for teaching us how to be young leaders. Thank you for just being a father figure to us, helping us grow, and grow not in just football, but grow in general as young women. Ever since I've been playing football, you're one of the first people to recognize my talents, and I've always had big dreams, and you always help me and always push me to my limits, and you inspire me to play, be disciplined, and go to my fullest potential. And I just want to thank you for that. And I know there's so much I could thank you for, but I just want to let you know how important that you have been in my life, and I don't know what I would do without you. And every time I accomplish something, I look back and I just say, Mr. Bellas will be proud.
Hey Coach B, we're doing this video just to express our gratitude for what you have done for us and the lives that you have touched throughout your years through football and even in school. Your contribution has been immense, and we will never forget your hard work and your support. I personally will not forget your advice and what you always try to encourage me and try to encourage all your athletes to do well and to work hard towards a goal. You give advice where you think that we could have improved, and you always supported us individually and as a team together. So now that you are going through a difficult time, we are sending some words of encouragement to you. We are thankful for everything you have done for us, and we hope that you can recover well. Take it easy, take it day by day, and just enjoy the time we have. But all in all, Coach, thank you for everything that you have done. Continue saying your dry jokes. At the end of the day, it's what made you funny. So, yeah, take it easy and enjoy. See you soon.
Never look if I was a selfish man, I wouldn't be involved in this election. I done all already, I won't fail. Plus I ain't looking for fortune again. All I'm asking is that you pay close attention to the many problems we all face from dawn to dawn. You're intelligent, I think, and you should face issues, but you're behaving like a moron, cussing me for way I born, but you pipe and no water. You pay too much for butter. Take your steel beam and go. The terrible school system is such a bloody problem. Take your steel beam and go. Agriculture's in a state, planning is inadequate. Take your steel beam and go. The northern and southern idol, the two kingpins are bubble. We know, we like it so.
This is Caribbean.
We like it so. We free. Anything that's wrong, he go put it right. Judgy Budgy tell we the end at night. So instead of displaying impatience, cool yourself and give the fella a chance. How the hell you could say, oh, and I go do better? We go send you back Grenada in a drum. We and Georgie going to put it right together, yeah. We have freeness and freedom, plenty roti, plenty rum. Hospitals have no linen, it's wrong paper they're using. Take your steel beam and go. Public transportation is an abomination. Take your steel beam and go. Well, food, clothes and rent is proof. Cost of living gone through the roof. Take your steel beam and go. Classified information for personal gain is common. We know, we like it so. We like it so. But we're free. Sparrow boy, you need psychiatric aid to beat them bourgeois people motorcade. Me afraid to tell you straight to your face, you're back in a jackass in a horse race. Georgie say all you ain't getting one damn seat. Oh, and I'll come out to mama guy. Bokassa say how all you going to feel the heat. The penalty to opposing high, that's political suicide. We can't get house, so we squat living with cockroach and rat. Take your steel beam and go. Your cesspit flowing over, you could catch yellow fever. Take your steel beam and go. Soldier in bulldozer, break down the shocking mover. Take your steel beam and go. It's plenty sexual favors to be attended worker. We know, we like it so.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
We like it so. We're free. If they have a single thing you could say, could make me abandon me bodies. No steel beam go fall down on top me head. Sparrow eyes are ETIENNE till I'm dead. Buddy, you may be shocked when I tell you this. Hudson Phillips is a Yankee CIA, and the whole of ONR is only communist. They take carnival away and make people work each day. This year's you're in a union and can't get recognition. Take your Stevie and go. The unemployment levy murdering everybody. Take your Stevie and go. Children come out of college below elementary knowledge. Take your Stevie and go. We grieving with frustration through maladministration. We know we like it so. We like it so. We see.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
Moi, pas qu'à manger cochon. Cochon, c'est un animal qui a couru tout partout. Bien dans ça, il faut en bail.
All right, thank you one and all. I'm sure you enjoyed the speeches by the young ladies and also looking at some of those pictures. Imagine I looked at a few of those photos and for the first time I realized how much Belas's grandchildren looked exactly like him when he was young. We want to call on Miss Examine Filbert and then followed by Mr. Setaj and Mr. Wayne Cumberbatch. These are the next three individuals before we bring on Mr. Popo. Miss Examine Filbert.
Good night all, but I'd like to recognize the presence of our parliamentary representative, Dr. Kenny Anthony, the directors of the Beaufort South Football League, as well as the second vice president of SLFA, Mr. Innocent Setaj. Football family, one and all, good night. Emmanuel Belas, known to many as Teacher Belas, Mr. Belas, Coach, Coach B, and Mano, or even Evrad, lived a life of service and was admired and respected by all. Once you encountered Belas, you can never mistake that distinct voice. Belas had a unique love and passion for serving others and his community. Belas provided quality leadership, and his leadership skills set him far apart from others. Yet he remained humble and unassuming. He ensured that he nurtured all under his wings. He afforded everyone an equal opportunity to use his or her skills for the overall benefit of the league and football. Belas's profession as a teacher gave him the additional impetus to extend his caring, guiding, molding, and motivational skills beyond the classroom. Consequently, he made a smooth transition from the classroom to football, both on and off the field of play. Belas handled criticisms well and did not take anything personally. He was open to suggestion. He challenged others to excel and avoid complacency and settle in that comfort zone. He always searched for new ways of achieving results. He embodied a spirit of resilience, dedication, and service. He gave of himself and expected absolutely nothing in return. He took pride in whatever he did and gave of his best. A committed, dedicated, and enthusiastic individual. Si ou isia, ekukone teams con Dames, Islanders, Belvedere Strikers, Ghetto Lions, Square United, Falcon Knights ebe Dread. Sabon, sou pa konet se team sala, it means Belas te administration football avant ou te fait. Imaginez, Belas te premier chairman Youthful Football Committee en 1986. Il était en position ça là up to 1992. During temps ça là, à sous chote à konouye, la tenir shy game football. Et ou ka y changer sous te la temps ça là. La tenir particulier individual qui te kay toujours ba ou ça ka fait ça nous ka kouye kick by kick analysis. Et la tenir l'autre individual qui te kay ba ou live coverage. Ou te kay changer voix Peter Jean-Marie, Paul Jean-Marie. Sous connaître Paul Jean-Marie. Primaire connaître kon Wailo. Et be whole of Brazil. Whether Wailo te ka jouer, et be ite dowa kon spectator, ite ka do tout ça ka fait à sous fil là, kick by kick. Nous teni on live coverage nous. Tala la moi sauter. La teni monsieur, nous ka kriye Wadada. Wadada ka vin bo tout game football avec Camroy. Now Wadada c'était un top class photographer. Wadada ka tiye tout shots live in colors. Tant pour demain bon matin. Wadada ha koui moute ka street develop ses photos ça là. Et qui ka do bout à entrance St. Paul's Lane, bon l'église anglicane là, et tout porte ou. Et qu'on vous paye Wadada $5 pour ces portrait ça là. Ça te football, et ça te live coverage football V4, en temps ça la bella sou. Mais durant temps ça la moins changé, et nous avons changé des achievements. Yon, c'était Bellas avec l'autre monde, discussé avec M. Malcolm Burns. M. Malcolm Burns c'était managing director Courts. Et nous avons Viewford Courts Easter Games. Si vous ne connaissez pas d'abord Viewford Courts Easter Games, on peut l'histoire pour raconter. L'autre bagaille là nous avons, c'est les awards. Nous ne pouvons pas aller dans la conference room, yon de ti moun, boire, yon de ti juice. Nous avons awards nous à sous square. Et awards football V4, c'était awards tout le monde. So tout le monde V4 te ka sort à sous square, vient participer en awards V4. Après tout ça là, je vais faire di Belas, vie, oui tourne vient sauver nous. Avec Belas te électé encore comme président Youthful Football Committee en 2010. Il était là until 2014. During 2014, St. Lucia Football Union te ka fait un système pour gouverner football au liwan la en pays. Et yo fait ça yo kouye ligue. So Belas vini premier président Youthful South Football League en 2014. Il était là until octobre 19 2080. C'est l'année ça là. Nous connaissons tout achievement Belas. During time était président football V4. Moi quand just le maintenant just peut-être deux trois. Yon c'est négociation avec NLA pour sponsor football V4. L'autre là nous tout contents ouais à sous vidéo. 4-time champions of Black Hat. Nous toujours tenons c'est madame nous tout gagné aussi. Belas avec Jeffa Belas, so de Belas, also facilité sponsorship avec a company Canada qui est Project Next Mile. Belas nous avons toujours changé. Nous avons changé l'année ça là. Les teams seniors men V4 c'est un tattoo, a semi-professional league là. Et nous ne pouvons pas gagner. So that nous allons aller one l'autre l'année so that nous allons jouer pour la han. Belas à sous couche l'hôpital li, c'est ça encourager ces jeunes hommes là et faire ba support pour assurer ensemble coach like les star team là that yo gain et team là end up gain tattoo. So l'autre l'année yo kay vier et yo kay one. Merci Belas pour toujours encourager. Contribution Belas did not go unnoticed. He was recognized by the Ministry of Youth and Sports. He was recognized by the St. Lucia Football Association, and he won a number of awards. I will not disclose them in the interest of time, but you would know that Belas was Coach of the Year for 3 years, Black Hat Coach of the Year for 3 years, Administrator of the Year for 3 years, 2016, 2017, 2018 were among his most successful terms. That was Emmanuel Belas, committed, selfless, determined, nurturing, sportsman, administrator extraordinaire. Belas has left an indelible mark on the football landscape. Belas, a truly sporting legend and icon, football administrator, community activist and leader. Mr. President, we thank you for your services and leadership. Thank you for your contributions to football and view forth. Salute be genuine. We will remember the phrase you borrowed from Liz. Mwen fâché pas bon pour moi. Maka fâché. Rest in peace, Belas. Rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. And we now call on Mr. Edward Innocent on behalf of SLFA. Stand by, Mr. Wayne Cumberbatch. Oh, sorry about that. Edward's gone already. He's Innocent Satage. You look like him.
Thank you. Seems like you want me to bring the message directly to Mr. Belas. Calling me Edward Innocent. Good night, everybody. Let me apologize on behalf of Mr. Lyndon Cooper, President of the St. Lucia Football Association. Unfortunately, he can't be here tonight. I am tasked with the responsibility, a difficult one at that, in summarizing the impact of Mr. Emmanuel Belas on football at the St. Lucia Football Association. I do not think that there is much on my paper that has not already been said, so I'll skip at least one page and move forward. I will speak about his national contributions. In 2014, Emmanuel's leadership extended to the national stage when he was elected vice president of the St. Lucia Football Association, overseeing the Southern Zone. His coaching career flourished as he led Viewfort South to multiple national championships and went on to coach St. Lucia's national teams, including the under-23, women's, and the under-20 squads. At the National Sports Academy, Emmanuel's expertise bore fruit. Under his leadership, the national under-20 boys team achieved regional dominance and came close to qualifying for the FIFA Under-20 World Cup second stage. Similarly, the under-17 girls team advanced to the CONCACAF Championship knockout stage, facing eventual world champions, the USA. In 2019, Emmanuel committed fully to the SLFA's coaching development. As head of coach education, he was instrumental in rolling out CONCACAF's coaching programs in St. Lucia, becoming one of the first St. Lucians to attain a CONCACAF B coaching license. Over the years, he facilitated over 25 coaching courses, significantly elevating local coaching standards. His work laid the foundation for St. Lucia to independently conduct C license courses by 2025. Emmanuel's contributions were recognized with numerous awards from both the St. Lucia Football Association and the Ministry of Sports. His role in establishing the St. Lucia Semi-Professional Football League in 2024 further underscored his commitment to advancing the sport. Emmanuel Belas was a beacon of inspiration, a man whose life was dedicated to the betterment of sports in St. Lucia. His relentless drive, leadership, and compassion left an unparalleled legacy. His memory will live on through the countless lives he touched and the enduring impact of his work. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
And now we move to local government, Mr. Wayne Cumberbatch, Mayor of Vieux-Fort. Mr. Cumberbatch.
Good evening, everybody. Let me first, on behalf of the Vieux-Fort South Constituency Council, express condolences to Priscilla and the rest of the family, the Bellas family throughout Vieux-Fort. Our condolences also goes out to the sporting fraternity, the education system, including Safford Lewis Community College, where Mr. Bellas last worked, and the entire community of Vieux-Fort, and by extension, St. Lucia. Mr. Bellas was sworn into the Vieux-Fort South Constituency Council on April 5th, 2023. He served as a regular councillor until a new council was sworn in December 21, 2023. Mr. Bellas was then named the Deputy Mayor of Vieux-Fort. As everyone here knows, Mr. Bellas puts all into whatever he has chosen to pursue. The council was no exception. Mr. Bellas got fully immersed in the work of the council, participating in the activities and planned and providing guidance and leadership where needed. Early in 2024, Mr. Bellas came to visit me at my office to tell me that he had accepted a post at the Safford Lewis Community College as a lecturer. I knew that Mr. Bellas was still recovering from a health situation he had experienced a few months before. So I asked him whether he was sure he could handle this position, which was in Castries, and to handle his position as deputy mayor of the council. He told me, or informed me, that his doctor had cleared him and he would be mindful of his health situation as he continued his work. We therefore agreed to meet once every week to discuss the business of the council. We met every Friday morning when it was convenient to both of us. Those meetings were very fruitful. Mr. Bellas was very helpful and offered much guidance and support to myself as mayor, the other councillors, and to our monthly council meetings. He was also very helpful to our town clerk, Ms. Kizzy Joseph, and was generally an asset to the council. I am sure that the rest of the councillors will agree that his advice and contribution to our meetings were invaluable. Our Vieux-Fort Council will miss Mr. Bellas dearly. We will miss his jokes, we will miss his guidance, we will miss his leadership. I would like to end this short contribution with a poem that I found that expresses the loss that we feel at council. It is entitled, "Someone is Missing." Let this be a loving reminder that someone is missing today. Someone our hearts still hold on to as we travel along life's way. Someone who made life so special for all of those gathered here. Someone who won't be forgotten, but cherished from year to year. And now as we pause to remember, let us all fondly recall how dearly each of us loved him, and oh, how he loved us all. Rest in peace, my comrade. Thank you for all what you did for our community of Vieux-Fort. We will miss you. We will never, ever forget you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we get ready for Tabu Mele, we have Mr. Clive Popo, who's on behalf of youth and sports in the community of Viewfort. Mr. Popo.
Good evening. A short poem by Angela O'Brien. Belas fostered. Like a ball to the goal, his words struck gold. On each mind, coaching, teaching, influencing, a leader defined. Belas fostered. Pairing the featured with the future, success became culture. No doubt that the field is an oyster. To learn, to lean, to long, to love. I feel for the hearts that go somber. I trust that his son transfers over and hastens on, since he is no longer. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution, sir. Tabu Mele. Hot still ka mele kozo, Tabu Mele. Yeah, we want Tabu Mele to lighten up the mood for us here today. While Tabu Mele is making their way on to the stage, I haven't heard anyone speak about Mr. Belas as a drinker. Now, if we know a drinker, not malt, beer. In fact, I remember clearly at one sports game, he came to me and he said, "Acho, you party about women." I said, "Kiss off here." I said, that was Viewfort Teachers Against the West. So Coco Belas was, as a thief look, me say, the following Friday, we had the Dames Field. I saw Belas, I mean, he was pitiful. On the field there, he could not move. I said, Coco, what happened to your father? That's a young Henneken, me say, boy, young Henneken. Belas was just not a drinker. Malt, yes. I'm sure Mrs. Satney and others remember those teachers' parties where Belas, they only have 2 cases of malt for the ladies. Belas would drink a whole case of malt. Who does that? A whole case of malt? Or the days upstairs, Army go teachers function, and they would ask teachers to have only 3 sandwiches. Masterman would put his hand like this and take about 12 sandwiches. Squeeze them. I only have 3. But in each one sandwich, I have about 16 sandwiches squeezed together. Tabu Mele is ready, but it no be like they're from the old books. There's no ear tonight? Ear. No ear? Okay.
Après ça, nous allons aller Guadeloupe pour jouer un rhythm by Fouet Belas. This rhythm is influenced by our French brothers and sisters. Et qui gale comme ça, écoutez bien. Gwena bois ka tombe, gwena bois ka poui, gwena bois ka tombe, je pas ka amasser. Gwena bois ka tombe, gwena bois ka poui, gwena bois ka tombe, je pas ka amasser. Je pas ka amasser. Monsieur Belas te ka pale, Monsieur Belas te ka estui, an chay moun pa te ka koute. Gwena bois ka tombe, gwena bois ka poui, Adam moun pa ka koute. Adam moun pa ka koute. Monsieur Belas, c'était un gros pied bois. Il tombait. Toutes ces jeunes moun là qui te ka koute, yo ka levé, pied bois yo ka levé, mais Adam pas te ka koute. Yo kay manche, nou kay manche. Gwena bois ka tombe, gwena bois ka tombe. Adam moun pa ka koute. Gwena bois ka tombe, mamay. Gwena bois ka tombe. Adam moun pa ka koute. Gwena bois ka tombe, gwena bois ka tombe, Adam moun pa ka koute, pa ka koute. Gwena bois ka tombe, gwena bois ka poui, Adam moun pa ka koute, pa ka koute. Gwena bois ka tombe, Adam moun pa ka koute. Chay moun koute Belas, mais nous allons continuer avec des autres choses. Woy, 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 mano parti. Woy, 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 mano papache e ki ale. Woy, 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 mano papache e ki ale. I papache e ale, I paka viwe. Woy, woy, mano papache e ki ale. Woy, 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 mano papache e ki ale. I papache e ale. il pas qu'à y vivre. Il prend pas qui allait, il pas aller avec football là. Il prend pas qui allait, il quitte l'esprit avec cricket. Il prend pas qui allait, il quitte ces jeunes mounans là. Bon, tabou mêlé, Kadi. Encore nous avons séparé avec famille. Hein? But just to say one little thing, I'm so happy Cynthia Satney is here. Since 1987, Taboo Mele was formed at a St. Lucia Teachers Union function. Cynthia Satney was the president of the branch. We have performed in many countries throughout the Caribbean. We have received several awards, several recordings, and since 1987, Brother Belas, a teacher, was there on the motopool. Zapagonet motopool. That's the history of Taboo Mele. Teachers, Belas, and Taboo Mele. Merci Shai Belas. Woy, woy, woy. Belas papa chiye ki ale. Woy, woy, woy. Belas papa chiye ki ale. Woy, woy, woy. Ok. C'est mon a dit fait un teacher encore, nous avons fait un teacher qui coûte. Avec encore, nous avons remercié Frère Belas avec famille, avec teacher, parce que c'est teacher qui fait Tabou Mele en vieux force ou pas savent. Depuis 1987, avec Frère Belas c'était là. Merci, Ashai.
Yes, let's hear it for Taboo Mele. Floating this one for Emmanuel Belas. I don't know, sometimes I'm a very individual. I'm full of suspicion. I'm superstitious. I'm nervous. Feel the breeze? I feel Bellas was enjoying that one. All right. We're moving on. Miss Macrina Fanis, or Fanus, the regional and international ambassador. Mary Campbell and Mrs. Chanel St. Louis, please get ready.
Good evening, everybody. Emmanuel Bellas, affectionately called Prezi, was a leader whose passion and vision left an indelible mark on the Caribbean Football Coaches Association, or what we call CAFCA. As the first president of the association, which was officially formed in April 2021, he embodied the very principles of leadership, unity, and tireless dedication. His commitment to foster a collaborative coaching community throughout the Caribbean was unmatched, and his efforts have set the foundation for generations to come. From the early stages of the association formation, Prezi's involvement was nothing short of extraordinary. He poured his energy into ensuring that every detail was accounted for, from overseeing the Constitution's development to refining crucial organizational documentation. He recognized that a solid and well-organized foundation was essential for the association's success and sustainability. Prezi didn't just fulfill his duties. He embraced them wholeheartedly, often dedicating long nights to keeping the executive team motivated and focused on achieving their collective vision. Prezi's leadership style was one of inclusivity, resilience, and mentorship. He championed the idea that every coach, regardless of their background, had a valuable contribution to make. Under his watch, no voice went unheard, and every country across the region felt represented. His ability to navigate diverse perspectives with both grace and determination helped cultivate a sense of unity that strengthened the association. Beyond his administrative skills, Prezi's personality left a lasting impression on everyone he encountered. He had a unique ability to bring levity to even the most challenging discussions, turning difficult moments into opportunities for laughter and camaraderie. His humor, warmth, and sharp wit earned him not only respect, but genuine affection from all who worked with him. He was more than just a president. He was a friend, a mentor, and a source of inspiration. Prezi's vision extended beyond the present. He believed in empowering others to dream big and work hard to achieve their goals. By setting high standards and encouraging others to aim higher, he laid the groundwork for a legacy that will continue to thrive within the Caribbean Football Coaches Association. His leadership was not just about immediate results, but about creating a system of growth and collaboration that would stand the test of time. The achievements of the Caribbean Football Coaches Association under Prezi's guidance are a testament to his dedication and hard work. His ability to inspire, foster collaboration, and create meaningful connections across the region has left an imprint that will continue to shape the association's future. To his family and loved ones, the Caribbean Football Coaches Association extends its deepest condolences. Emmanuel Bellas was not just a leader, but a cornerstone of our community, and his passing leaves a void that cannot be filled. However, His memory lives on in the work he has accomplished and in the lives that he has touched. His legacy is woven into the very fabric of the association, and his light will continue to guide us as we strive to build on the foundation that he laid. As we say farewell, we do so with profound gratitude that for all that Emmanuel Bellas has done. His unwavering dedication, inspiring leadership, and boundless spirit will forever remain a source of inspiration. Rest in peace, Prezi. Your legacy is eternal, and your light will always shine brightly in the hearts of those you led and inspired. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss. All right, let me bring on the Vieux-Fort South League Senior Men's Team and Mrs. St. Louis. The senior football team and Mrs. St. Louis.
Girl boss.
Mama coach, moyen kilai.
So we got trained by tout moun. All right, mettez boots to get up. Fais vite, garçon. Fais vite, frère. Man, tout le temps, c'est alors ça. Fais vite, frère. Fais ça vite. All right, je veux pour ball là. Dribble les moutons descend. Oui. Point. Because we don't catch you now there. Let's say place là pas moucher fijayo. So on fait tout bayo. Quittez ball là. Now we mouter pour descend. Oui, we mouter pour descend. Oui, c'est pour place là qui pas venir au there. So catch you bayo tout. All right, stretch. Wet down.
Mama, coach. So, body me party, break man, body. I actually take glow, my boy, yeah?
C'est la panique glow, fait ta vaille là, on a train by whole team là, frère. L'autre quoi dit, on vient train.
Okay.
Pour la monter encore. All right, Nathan, party break. Here we come, fellas. Just one.
Good night to all. All right. Today we honor the life of the truly remarkable man, Mr. Bellas. He was a leader, a mentor, and a role model. Someone who embodied appreciation for the game of football and for the potential in every player of the game. While he could be strict, it was never to tear us down, but to motivate us, to keep us on our toes, and to ensure we never became complacent. He saw the best in us, even when we couldn't see it ourselves, and he never hesitated to tell us the truth. He always kept it real, never sugar-coated his words. As young boys, our first impression of Mr. Bellas was that of a no-nonsense, deep-voice coach, someone you definitely didn't want to cross. But over time, we came to see the man behind the coach. He was down to earth, straightforward, honest, and deeply motivating. He had a way of giving feedback that pushed you to grow while making sure you always believe in yourself. What Mr. Belas truly unique as a coach was his unwavering commitment. No matter how many players showed up to training, whether it was 1, 2, 3, or an entire team, you could count on him to be there, on time, ready to adapt and make it work. He'd say, "Get up, boy. You're here to train over," and turn what might have seemed like an insignificant session into one of the hardest, most rewarding trainings you'd have ever seen. Seeing someone invest their time and energy in you like that inspired us to become better versions of ourselves. His impact on football in Vieux South and across St. Lucia is unparalleled. Over decades, he shaped the lives of countless young athletes, instilling in them discipline, resilience, and love for the game. His contributions to football are deeply appreciated, and his legacy will live on through the many lives he touched. Personally, we are incredibly grateful for his influence, not just on us individuals, but on the entire football family. Together with Coach Jamil, he helped ensure Vieux remained a powerhouse in football. Under his leadership, we achieved incredible milestones, including winning the Black Hat 4 consecutive years, even during our transition periods when players moved on and new talent had to rise to the challenge. Mr. Belas always stood by us, motivating and guiding us to succeed. He was never one to let us dwell on losses. If we lost a team, he'd say, "Never make a team beat us twice," firing us up to go out and win. At halftime, if we weren't playing at our best, his words, "What's wrong with you all? Go back out there and fix it," and we would know the plan to fix it. Mr. Belas believed in leading by example. One of the guys recalls him pulling him aside during training and saying, "I see you're the only one here, encourage your peers, but if they don't come, we'll do it with the players we have. You can leave those around you by setting an example." It was this relentless belief in teamwork that helped us rise to the first division, and we were proud to do it for him. His final message to us after our victory against Ancillary in the semi-pro league, was simple but powerful. "Well done, guys. Go put Vieux football here where it belongs." Of course, we can't forget his humor, his jokes, lightening the toughest training sessions, whether it was asking if we had bought that piece of land when we weren't moving, or telling the coaching staff, "Don't say food around me shack for me, please." He always found a way to make us laugh, even as we worked hard. Words can't fully capture the depth of his character, of the profound impact he had on all of us. But I hope this tribute reflects, even in part, the immense appreciation and respect we hold for him. Thank you, Coach Belas, for everything you've done for us, for our families, and for the community. We will carry your lessons, your wisdom, and your legacy forward. To his family and loved ones, please accept our deepest condolences. May his legacy continue to inspire us all.
Oh wow, oh wow. I felt the shivers. I'm sure a lot of you would have felt that. The ladies who Mr. Bellas also coached and inspired, it's your turn to pay tribute.
Good night, everyone. Emmanuel, a very
educated,
motivating,
a mentor,
active,
no nonsense,
unique,
enthusiastic, leader, bold.
Forgetting? Says who? No, we can't. Bellas was
bold,
entertaining,
loving,
legend,
affable.
To boast now and forever, a man with superb sportsmanship, may he rest in perfect peace.
Coach Bellas, you weren't just a coach, you were so much more. A father, a leader we deeply adore. More than a coach, you shaped who we are, guiding us forward, setting the bar. Though you've left this field, your spirit remains. In the goals we pursue, the effort, the gains. Forever your name will echo with pride in the hearts of the team where memories abide. You fought South pride because of your care, your passion and love, we always there. Through wins and losses, you stood so strong, instilling in us where we belong. Thank you, Coach, for all you gave, for the countless lives you helped to pave. Your impact is felt in the game we play and in our hearts every single day. Rest in peace, Coach. You will never be gone in our hearts. Your memory lives on.
Too free!
Youthful!
Too free!
Youthful!
Too free!
Youthful!
It's Viewfort all the way. Yes, Shambhala and Azwada, the next two. Think we coming to the end of our program. Shambhala Shiloh, are you here, miss? Shambhala Shiloh. Mr. David Aswad Taylor, get ready. You should come and join me. David Aswad Taylor.
Good night to everyone, and heartfelt condolences to the family of Mr. Bellas from the club of Shambhala Shiloh. We are truly sorry about your loss. To everyone in Youthful, Mr. Belas was coach, but to me, he was sir. He was a former teacher of mine. As a teacher, Mr. Belas was very caring and patient. He was kind and honest, but he knew how and he knew where to draw the line. I was quite troublesome, I can remember, especially during physical education. But one thing about him, he would never make that bother him. He would never make that faze him. He would treat me like every other child in the class. Mr. Belas was someone who made physical education very fun, and I can say I truly enjoyed it. Today we are here to celebrate his life in death, and honestly, I wish it was his birthday. His life is gone, but his legacy will live on and on and on. Thank you.
Our beloved mentor, coach, teacher, friend, and role model, Mr. Belas. The one who was involved in most of our lives, if not all. Mr. B played an essential part in the lives of most young people, especially the ones he was acquainted with. As a role model, he often advised and guided us as young persons to understand the importance of pursuing our goals. The word quit was non-existent in his vocabulary. He often said, "Don't give up. We are doing it for the young people." That's things he would tell me. He instilled in us the importance of being young and very successful in what we put our minds into. He had been a constant source of support, helping us shape our future into vital young men and women. And today we pay our tribute to a great man, our mentor, our role model. I'll be reading this on behalf of our senior coach, Mr. Poyot. Hold on. Mr. B. Okay, I get it. That's on behalf of our senior coach, Mr. Poyot. He was as a mentor to Mr. Poyot. Mr. B has made a very significant impact on the lives and thinking in the way I approach, that's him, life and coaching. His bold and straightforward approach, though intimidating at times, has shaped me and alternated my mind and thinking in ways that has profited me, my club, and my family in more ways than one. His mere presence was enough to motivate, correct, and don't ask for his loud, bellowing voice. Keep me from sleeping most times at night. It's like a nightmare, in a nutshell. Mr. B, like I always addressed him, his criticism and his nurturing advice is the sole reason that has kept me lumbering on today. When you put a light off in a room, it's like particles are absorbed by the wall, ceiling, and floors of a room. So what I am trying, sorry, hold on. What he's trying to say is, okay. He's not actually gone, but his life and memories will live on forever in us. Thank you.
A coach. From the very first time I met Coach Belas, I could tell that he was a no-nonsense individual. However, what struck me most was how he managed to balance seriousness with a remarkable sense of humor. He was the kind of person who rarely smiled, yet could easily be described as one of the funniest persons you'd meet. Truly a straight-faced comedian. Mr. Belas was an intelligent and articulate man, capable of breaking down any task and simplifying it for all to understand. He was a mastermind, always seeing the bigger picture. He had a unique ability to see potential in everyone, constantly encouraging the youth to put their best foot forward in whatever they did. He believed in us, even when we didn't believe in ourselves. Today we gather to honor a hero, a true pillar in our lives, our general. Today we salute you, Coach Belas. We thank you for everything you've given us, and we pledge to carry forward your spirit of dedication, hard work, and humor in all our endeavors. Rest in peace, great man. You will never be forgotten.
Okay, I have just 3 more tributes here. I'm waiting for the wonderful Mary Campbell. The family members, please get ready.
Good evening, everyone. Today, we gather to celebrate the life of my dear friend and football colleague, Emmanuel Belas, whose radiant smile, infectious laughter, and humor brought joy to everyone fortunate enough to have known him. As I stand before you, I am honored to pay tribute to my trusted friend and advisor, Emmanuel Belas, affectionately known as Coach B, who was a pillar of strength to me. The qualities that defined Coach B was his unwavering kindness and willingness to help whenever he was asked to. He was a great coach and a great leader. Coach B was a visionary leader and a compassionate guide who inspired countless individuals to reach their dreams. Though Coach B may no longer be with us in body, his spirit will continue to inspire and uplift us, reminding us of the beauty, joy, and opportunities of football. His legacy of inspiration and empowerment will live in our lives, in the lives of those he has touched, as his legacy is carried on and inspired by the next generation. Coach B was a great coach, and a great coach is hard to find, but impossible to forget. As Coach B looks down from heaven onto all the fields he has ever set foot upon, I know he is smiling, for he is proud of all his female footballers. Let's carry Coach B's legacy, embracing kindness, compassion, dedication, and resilience in all that we do. Death takes the body, God takes the soul. Our mind holds the memories, our heart keeps the love. Our faith lets us know we will meet again. I will forever be grateful and thankful that you are my friend. The game here is over, but your coaching continues as the angels await you, Coach B. Fly high and teach them well. To the Belas family, find comfort in his love and memories. Rest in eternal peace, Coach B.
Thank you so very much. And before I call the family members, I call on Coach Aswad, David Aswad Taylor.
Yeah. Well, you tell me it will take me a year to come up these stairs. But it didn't take me a year, it took me a few seconds. Good night, everybody. With heavy heart, I'm here. Yes. Belas and I were very, very close. Belas used to call me, just call me and tell me, Hey, Taylor, I need you tomorrow morning to come and do a lecture at Campus A on occupational health and safety. And I'll go to Campus A and do a lecture on occupational health and safety to school children. So I had to adapt what I learned at Cipriani Labor College to suit school children. Belas, in the last lecture I did for Belas was with football coaches, and I had to do that same kind of thing with football coaches. Yeah, health and safety. I wonder how many people here playing football know about the safety of football. And that is where Belas and I would sit for hours and talk football, not a game. We didn't used to talk about games or how a game should be or technique in game. We used to talk football and the future of football. And that was Belas and myself. Okay, so for this time last year, I was in the hospital. I had surgery. Belas came to see me, and he told me, boss, you can't give up. And the boy gave up on me. Yeah. And it grieves my heart today. The same thing I told him he would be doing for me, I have to be here doing for him. So, I would just like to, I could speak for hours on Belas. But right now, I'd just like to say, Belas has traveled tonight on a plane. I can see the red tail lights heading for heaven. I would sing that, but I can't sing. I can see Belas waving goodbye. God, it looks like Belas must be the clouds in my eyes. Oh God, Belas, my brother, you are not older than me, but you don't feel the pain of the scars that won't heal. Your eyes have died, but you see more than I. Belas, you're a star in the cities of the sky. Rest in peace, my brother. Thank you, people.
Yes, David Aswad, 50, Taylor. And now we get ready for the family members as they start moving into the final. We bring on Dave. Made the trip all the way from the north, my brother. Your turn.
Good evening. To most of you, know the face and know it for a football fraternity. Some of you all might be wondering, what's the connection? But tonight is not just about the football. Belas is my uncle. I am a Frederick, yes, but I always say that I'm a Belas as well. The Frederick, and I will always call him Emmanuel Frederick Belas because his mom, the Frederick come from his mom. So I remain a Frederick, yes, but I will always be a Belas. I knew Belas from my livelihood. I'm from Castries. As a matter of fact, I'm 50% Vieux-Fauchons and 50% Castrian. My mom from Vieux-Fort, may she rest in peace, deceased 2 years ago, and my dad from Castries, so I'm 50% of each. In Vieux-Fort, I remember for some of the guys that are here, should remember me, when we came together and kind of build up the football fraternity in Vieux-Fort. I remember I was living at the back of there.
We had the backer there, we had the Terry, the Tyrants, and my friend across there. We decided to put up a football team because at that time the Monk had theirs and Belvedere didn't have theirs as yet. So we decided to have a coach. At that time he was not a well-known guy, a well-known coach. He was still going to school at that time, I remember. And when I approached him, as usual, his old style. Gasa, me? Gasa, what are you talking about, Gasa? I look like any coach to you? Gasa. I say, Uncle, we need a coach. He said, I'll think about it. Then he came. He did what he had to do. And from there, I realized and I saw the potential of Mano. The connection that Mano and I had, it was a kind of spiritual connection. It wasn't a connection that if I see him, I would have to shout him. No. It just maybe an eye contact and we know that each other and we know that we are there. I mean, I've been in the football fraternity for a while. I have contributed a lot to it. I have made national. I've been to a certain standard, I should say. And he never played a part in it in terms of that. So I should say that I was the son that had to go out and open the eyes of Bella. So he was the administrator and I was the field player. And I must say it is not only just the football, but when it comes to family as well, he was mine. Whenever I have that domestic problems with my siblings, he was the one that I would call. He was the one that would put peace and whatever happens in our family. So people might think that we were not close, but we were very close. And like I said, it was a kind of spiritual closeness. It wasn't something that I'd have to go and look for him and I would shout him across there. And something that we had that was so special, we never just kind of discussed it, but it just happened. When I would meet him in public, I would call him Manu. But when we meet, I would call him Uncle. And the reason for that is because what I saw in him and where I saw he was going, I didn't want it to look like as though he was the one pushing me up to where that I am today. You understand? So it was something that we both have, and then we made the contribution to our country for that. So I must say that I lost a giant, a part of my life gone. And trust me, I don't know how I'll recover, but I think God, I leave everything up to the Father. But I miss a great man, and not just about the football, but about family. Right now, if my siblings have problems, I don't even know who to call to or who to go to. So this is the kind of missing that I'm kind of taking over now. So I want to thank everybody and may you rest in peace.
Of course, as we get ready to close, we cannot move on without Bella's representation. Mervyn Coco Bellas is the gel continuing for Emmanuel Mano Bellas. I don't know how prepared he is, but he has assured me that he's going to carry everything on his shoulders. And so I leave all with him. Mervyn Coco Bellas.
Thank you, sir. At least I will try to. It's not a vote of thanks, but let me just thank everybody for the outpouring of support. It has been overwhelming, but I thank you, each and every one of you, for just staying here and staying the course. A couple of things I want to share. And even my father taught me for the first time in Standard 2. And there's an experience that I could never understand. But for some reason, everybody always said that my father was right and I was wrong. I'll let the audience be the judge. I know my lawyer is there. My lawyer is there somewhere, although she does be against me at times. But here is the story. So My father taught me in standard 2. And I was homesick. One day I was homesick, I didn't go to school. And the following day upon going to school, there was homework. And I didn't do the homework. So you be the judge. God said, you know, mate beat me. Mate beat me for not doing the homework. But I was homesick the day before. Me say, no, I was sick. God said, me say, Batman. And that man said to me, it is your responsibility to find out what they did the day before in Sunday 2. But that's not the funny part. The funny part is when I got home and that man beat me, I tell my mother for Monsieur. And when I tell my mother for Monsieur, big Roro in the house. Big Roro in the house. My mother said, what Marsh you do? Why you beat the child? You know he was sick the day before. Big Roro in the house. While I sat there, I just put some words together. Sometimes I try to do poetry. He did support me in that. The other thing I want to share is that I have accepted death. It's a part of life. But I'm not emotional because of death. I'm emotional because I miss my father. Persons who know, that was my friend. So I've accepted that death is a part of life. We move on, you have to move, you have to transition. But that's not it. What is hurting right now is the fact that there aren't days I can call and just crack a joke, come down the road, and what you say in part was just spread some balls. You know, see me Gwen. And that's the part about the great man I'm gonna miss the most. Only my daughter has heard this poem. Then throughout this all, my daughter has been the strongest of all the grandchildren that I think. She has been the one who's been saying every single day, Daddy, it will be okay. I'm not sure where she got the strength from, but this little girl right here, you can put your hands together for her. This little girl right here has been the rock that I can depend on. So if most of these grandkids here, I just want to share these words. Please bear with me and forgive me if I stumble. For everything my father was, you each played a part. For everything my father was, I know he touched your heart. For everything my father was, sometimes the world was cruel. For everything my father was, you accepted him, even if he had to yell. For everything my father was, he always stood tall. For everything my father was, he was never afraid to fall. Driven and outspoken would describe his character. Anytime he was around, the room was filled with laughter. A simple man who always had a plan. A simple man who always took a stand. A teacher, a coach, a mentor to some. To my brother and I, he was a bad man. King of his castle, he maintained his home. The king always sat on his throne. He was in charge, he was the boss, making sure the ship maintained its course. You showed us the way, taught kids how to play. Every one of us wanted you to stay. I'm sure where you are, the food is not very far. 2 more drink already, and I know you hide too shandy. We will miss you the most for your comic relief. A soca music playing, a mighty sparrow drumming, and you with your old dancing and your off-key singing. Giving it your all until there was nothing left. We will keep praising you, even in death. We will miss you the most for your comic relief. Just go easy. I love you, my chief. Thank you. Thank you all for singing with me. What you want to say? You want to say something to Grandpa?
Yeah, we're getting ready to have, before the vote of thanks, the Educator. Educator getting ready to drop something for the great Emmanuel, Mano, Evrad Belas.
Which song? Examine. Let me say a special good night to everybody in here. Let me wish the Belas family all the best. Condolences. May he rest in perfect peace. Honestly, there's so many songs of mine Belas used to talk about with me. I don't even know which one I should sing. But since we are in Viewfort, I think I'll just sing Bring Them In. Bring the illegal weapons in. There we go. Hey! All around the town, mama up and down, I hearing the sound of them fire up. Down in Wilson Yard, all on the boulevard, it's like we gone mad, you must admit that's sad. But the time has come for us to save this land. Future depends on we own contribution. 3 months from Nesty to stop the shooting spree. Bring your illegal gun to the nearest police station. Bazooka, ratata, rocket launcher, German Luger, 45, 35.22, Metamorphosis. Bring them in. Bring them illegal weapon in. Bring them in. Bring them illegal weapon in. Tiboy you led, tetu wed. Sebi usaf, sebi uchwe. La joluka ale tiboy you led, tetu wed. Sebu kopwan yoka pan, sebi uchwe jufan. I have Philip just say they should have the police. I want to make it clear, I don't believe in this. Violence breeds violence. It is common sense. Once you arm the police, indirectly you arm the thief. A stitch in time saves 9. Positive action time. Cleaning up the mess to make this land the best. Bring your firearm. When the dust got done, you'll see what it is worth to save this land. I'll give you both. Bazooka, ratata, rocket launcher, German Luger, 45, 35.22, Metamorphosis. Bring them in. Bring them illegal weapon in. Bring them in. Bring them illegal weapon in. Tiboy you led, tetu wed. Sebi usaf, sebi uchwe. La joluka ale tiboy you led, tetu wed. Sebu kopwan yoka pan, sebi uchwe jufan. PPP. Too much violence taking place in the states. All them illegal guns we taking off the street. Drug baron influence, high life in pretense. Have students breaking rules, bringing Uzi in schools. But here I certainly see, it's some no fini. Negek really day, have a eye catchway. The bad things that you do, sure to follow you. Tutsani, Pufini, Putori, Scotty, Devini. Bazooka, ratata, rocket launcher, German Luger, 45, 35.22, Metamorphosis. Bring them in. Bring them illegal weapon in. Bring them in. Bring them illegal weapon in. Say boy you led, tend to wed. Say be who serve, they be who chwe. L'argent luka ale ti boy you led, tend to wed. Say buko kwani yoka pande be who chwe. Chufan. Let me do one more. This one is one he always used to talk about, even though I do a verse and a chorus in this one. Let me do. Can you get little Sheila? Do Manifesto. Let me do a verse and a chorus in this one at least. Hands in the air. Chalet! Hey! I have a new plan. Hey! I start in a band. You can join just so. You must have a manifesto. All those who ride a spit, frustrated on the street. You can stand on the side or jump up, you decide. On the highway, in my band. Hey! Carnaval, contract in your hand. We sending a message for doing an outrage. Contract our standard. Jump all who offended to the moon. Wave your manifesto. Rough in the ghetto. If your phone bill high, what's go run? You try let them know. Let we go, let we go. Higher. Wave your manifesto. Oh, la da do. Come. Check out section 2. Must be up to you. With initiative and drive. Something funny that to survive is the same old corners. Too much foreign access. The locals on the shelf while Cubans running hell. So come what may, all who qualify. Hey, take the highway. On stage, we sending a message. Portraying an outrage. Contract our standard. Jump all who offended to the moon. Wave your manifesto. Rough in the ghetto. If your phone bill high, what's go run? You try let them know. Let we go, let we go. Higher. 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 Wave your manifesto. Oh la da do. La da do. Oh la da do. Come! Politician back away, click I want to moon. I would buy your coin, you want to your family. Tiwe yon ek pete lot yo kwe ou sok. Domniche, setlicien, tabadien, pinedien. Leve la main ale se pou fe yo we ou pa ple. We go make history. Tag along you see. With mass protest in the band. It go be real pandemonium. With our contracts we jig to end all the fatigue. Those who run our state must honor their mandate. If the hearing is in bed, stop the talking, take a jump instead. We sending a message, portraying an outrage. Contract our standard. Jump all who offended to the moon. Wave your manifesto. Wave your manifesto. If your phone bill high, what's go run? You try let them know. Let we go, let we go. Higher. 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 Wave your manifesto. High, low. Wave your manifesto. Rough in the ghetto. The phone bill still high, what's go run? You try let them know. Thank you. Enjoy the balance of the tribute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Educator. The Educator. At this point, I am going to call on, with the closing remarks, someone who was very close and dear to Mr. Emmanuel Bellas. I know this is tough for her, but she has to do it. One more time, Miss Lisa Albert. You know, if Mr. B was there, he would say, I don't want to hear anything. Just come and do it.
Today marks the conclusion of a tribute to a great man, one of a kind. The man, his life, his legacy, his memory, the great Emmanuel Bellas, a sports enthusiast, an educator, a family man, and most of all, the love he had for his community. As we end this celebration of his life, we would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to several of our key stakeholders who helped make today a success. First and foremost, I thank the Almighty God for providing us with guidance, protection, and overall permission for this activity and its success. Second, a heartfelt thank you to the St. Lucia Football Association, the governing body of football in St. Lucia. Your assistance is always greatly appreciated. A big thank you to our district representative, Dr. Kenny D. Anthony. Thank you for your heartfelt words of comfort. Thank you to all our ministers of government who graced us with your presence. Thank you to the Youth and Sports Officer, Mr. Sabatas Hunt, for facilitating us with the use of the Philip Master grounds. A big thank you to our sponsors for the refreshments. I would also like to say thanks to the clubs, the male and female teams, technical staff of the Beaufort South Football League. Your presence was immeasurable. Thank you to all our presenters here tonight for remembering this great icon. Thank you to Sister Chrissy Harris. Your presence and performance was truly remarkable. A special thank you to our Calypsonian, Mr. Educator, and Tabu Mele. Your harmonious tunes were well executed, and Mr. Bellas would have been proud. We would also like to thank our media personnel, Great Visions Design, and 911 platform. A sincere thanks to Mr. Johnson J. James, Mr. Adam Evans, and Choi Sangs for assisting in making today possible. And finally, to our esteemed Beaufort South constituency, who came out in large numbers to support and partake in this venture, we say thank you. And as I close, I leave this with you. In the words of Maya Angelou, a great soul serves everyone all the time. A great soul never dies. It brings us together again. It brings us together again and again. And this is what Mr. Bellas has achieved tonight. Let's keep his legacy shining bright. Let us keep flying our flag high in Beaufort South. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these solid words of closure. Of course, like someone said earlier, there will never be closure with the passing of Emmanuel Bellas. In culture, in Beaufort, in football, in cricket, the Emmanuel Bellas legacy will live on for years to come. There is one challenge I would like to send out to all the young people that Bellas inspired. That baton has been passed on. It is your turn to go out there and ensure that his words did not fall on deaf ears. That his actions, the way he lived his life, in always being service-oriented, that you yourselves go out and ensure that Viewfort continues to rise. If you take anything with you tonight, is for sure service, dedication, commitment. Emmanuel Bellas lives on. Long live the legacy of Emmanuel Bellas. Thank you very much for everyone who showed up. Thank you for not allowing his spirit to fall. Thank you very much for being able to come here. I know I was supposed to make the excuses for people like Gittins Henry, who couldn't bring himself here. I know how he felt. There are countless others. People like David Aswad Taylor, who dug deep and sang that song. The messages from people like Dr. Kenny Anthony, the sacrifices from JAHIM and all others. We close shop here, but Mr. Bellas remains with us. Thank you one and all. Good night.